Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. I hope you're having a wonderful time. You can call me Dragon, and today we will be working on a little mod pack that I've worked on before, and it's for Minecraft. Now, I am currently already getting started, but that's basically going to be it for today, as what is planned anyway, trying to polish this off. It is going to be available on the Curse Forge for anyone who wants to give it a go, and we will also want to run it as a community server whenever it is ready. Currently it is in like a beta stage, and I've just pretty much been working on figuring out how all the mods work together, if it's still working okay, because it is 1.18.1 for Minecraft, and not all mods have updated as well as others, so even though they might be available, they don't exactly always work as expected. So that's like one of the things that that I've been looking at. And the other thing that I've been looking at is making a quest system for it, which we didn't have in the first iteration of the Create-tastic mod pack, which is centered around the Create mod, in case you weren't aware. And if you don't know what Create is, it is a pretty cool mod for Minecraft that allows you to build all these factorial-like contraptions. I think this is the kind of the words that they use themselves. But look up Create if you're curious. Anyways, so beyond some of the other things that I've mentioned, another thing I gotta figure out is recipe manipulation. But hello Toto, good to see you here. I saw you guys were playing Zomboid, so I hope that is going well over there. I do have to spend a little time on getting this polished though, so I won't be joining you today at least. I'm still thinking on whether or not to start Zomboid again, but I'm not entirely sold yet. Maybe. We'll see. Okay, so I think that is good to go. See, this has been updated. What's changed though? New tag system. Okay, sounds fine with me. Shouldn't break anything at least. Just git good. Well, it's not so much the git good part. I think it's the git patient part. Alright, so let's give this a go. Now this version that I'm playing of the Create-tastic mod pack is not the same that's currently available, as I'm still working on it, but it has been reviewed and is available, meaning that it shouldn't be a big deal to update it at least now, because that whole review process can take quite a while. Well, starting Minecraft up should take a little bit of time. What can we do in the meantime? Let me think. See if there's any gaming related news while we wait, because why not? Let's see here. Dismantle. What are you saying? Survivor log. Toto, you might remember Dismantle. It's like the arcadey version of Zomboid. I think that's a pretty valid statement, honestly. Because it's very much like a super simplified version of it. See here, another patch, okay. Okay, it's a text log. Quick menu for swapping active items. Up next. Next bigger free content update and the upcoming DLCs. This is a work in progress sneak peek. Aha. So this looks very much like they're trying to signal that there will be player-created buildings in the game in the next major update. That's interesting. Because right now, as far as I know, there's no like building in the game, but I could imagine that's like high on the list. So they probably went the let's implement all the destruction elements and then figure out how to build things later approach. Let's see, hammerting. It's basically like a how would you describe hammerting? It's a little bit like a it's like a RimWorld-esque experience, but it's 2.5D, similar to games like Fallout Shelter, but you also have tiles similar to Terraria. I guess actually a 2.5D Terraria, but played as like a colony simulator RimWorld is more adequate. But you still build like giant rooms similar to Fallout Shelter or any of those type of games. So it's using a little bit of all the elements together. It also has like a world map where you interact with your surroundings and build a reputation for yourself. It's showing a lot of potential, this one. And given the lengthy update here, they are definitely working hard on it. Can't remember who were the developers on this again. Was it let me see. I'm willing to think it was Team 17. Let me see if I am correct. Where is it? Yep, Team 17 Digital. Nice. But yeah, I haven't played this on stream, I don't think, but it could be, I don't know if that might be interesting to do. It doesn't have any Twitch integration, but it's still a pretty good game. It is, however, in development, you know, so like a lot of other games, it still needs a lot of work. Fucking Atlas is getting worked on. This news bit. This is just so weird to me. So basically, for those that aren't aware, RimWorld was removed from sale in Australia recently because the TLDR is something along the lines that they have like a console version of RimWorld or something, and it didn't live up to the standards in Australia, and for some reason that also caused the Steam version of RimWorld to remove from the stores. Now, it doesn't mean that anyone who bought the game can't play it, but it also means that if future DLCs come out and they don't rectify this, then they probably wouldn't be able to buy those either. So a little bit of a weird situation. It's not the first time that Australia specifically has been in the news when it comes to some weird game release related situation going on. And I think it's because they have more strict laws in place for title releases and such. Then we've got some Dyson Sphere program stuff. I haven't read this yet, but yeah. Mecha customization submissions from China. Alright. So if I understood it correctly, you could like import your own 3D models for Dyson Sphere program. That's like one of the things they wanted to do. Oh my god. Okay. And I guess these are some of the results of that process. I haven't had the game open since this was implemented, and was kind of curious on how it worked. If you just like make the parts individually and you can put them in and then like import them and it just works out of the box, or how much ever work it needs. But yeah, as far as I know, you can make your complete own custom model, so could have like a dragon avatar maybe walking around. That could be interesting. And of course, No Man's Sky got an update recently. Well, relatively recently. With a new expedition as well, I believe. In the same sort of process. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, they expanded the Space Popo ordeal, if I remember correctly. Exotic Wing Pack. That's gotta be for the expedition stuff. No Man's Sky is okay. It gets very repetitive, and I don't think that I feel much reason to start a completely brand new save, so whenever I basically dive into it, it's like a pre-existing save that I just keep running on. Also, Inscription, they've been like polishing off their game, I suppose. The joys of waiting for Minecraft mods to load. Since most of the things that I need to do at this point are in-game, we'll kind of just load it once, hopefully, and then I have to worry about it. The other thing that I didn't mention is that I've got like these scripts in here, and it's for something called Craft Tweaker, and what that allows you to do is to say Cyclic, a mod, for instance, has a lot of really cool stuff in it. But one of the things that it also implements is a lot of things that I don't want in the mod pack, such as item transfer pipes, for instance. And the reason why I don't want that is because that is what the Create mod basically is supposed to be used for. So it would be kind of silly if you could just circumnavigate that part of the mod pack's challenge by using something that is coincidentally a part of something else. So with Craft Tweaker, you can make these scripts here that basically remove any items, and then using this, which is an exclusion list, so these are all the things that it shouldn't remove, you can keep the things that you actually want in there. But this was working in the previous mod pack and now it doesn't, so I have to figure out why that is. But one thing at a time. I also just got home from not an interview, I guess, but a talk with our business development teacher, and he was very, very happy with my progress. There wasn't really many changes that he wanted to do in what? What errors? Don't tell me that because I updated that one mod, it's gonna be complaining now. Let's try and load it again. But yeah, there wasn't really much he wanted to change, so there were a few points where like topics such as insurance came up, but yeah. Data packs. What? Data packs? What? Why data packs? But hold on, data packs and resource packs are not the same though. Also, what does save mode mean? So I had this running yesterday, and the only change I did before starting it today was that we updated shit, what was it again? It was that one mod. Of course it's that one mod. Shit, what was it again? Trying to think here. Let's try and open this in safe mode. I have no idea what this even means. Shoot, what mod was it? Was it cyclic? I think it might have been cyclic. Crap. Do I really have to go and look through my own stream now to figure out what I changed? That would be a hell of a start to a session. Yeah. It's not impossible. Do your thing. I wonder if I can say date modified. Oh, right, it was the void totem in cycling. And this is why I hate updating mods on something that has proven to work. Because the issue is that it might... I assume that it's like the let's see here. Curse Forge, Void, not Totem. Because this was updated 16 hours ago. Okay. Try Curse Forge Cyclic. I mean, out of these two, it would more likely be Cyclic than Void Totem. Because the Cyclic is a much larger mod. Okay, there's no comments, so we'll just have to look at issues. 2 days ago. Oh, fuck. Okay. That means that we have to roll back Cyclic and then wait just as long just for us to load all the mods. So yeah, it's not gonna be the most engaging stream, but I do have to do all this at some point. And it's like either I get to do this while streaming or doing other things. Or not streaming, I mean. And if and it just takes so long that, yeah. If you're curious, then that's fine with me. And if you don't care about it, that's also perfectly fine. So let's just make sure it should have pushed it up here to be updated, right? Oh, let's try and relaunch it and hope that it doesn't cave in on itself. And if it does, then I'll also have to try and roll back Void Totem. Boop, 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 boop. Well, there wasn't really much more in terms of news that we could talk on in relation to the headlines on Steam anyway. I wonder if I can get away with like playing some kind of game in the background while it's loading. Because usually what I do is that while it's loading, I'm either talking to people, or I'm like browsing the internet and just like waiting. Because, you know, what would you be doing? One major quality of life mod I did encounter though is that there's now a I think it's easier to find this way. We go into crash. There's this one now, not enough crashes, which I was a little bit curious as to what if it actually worked as advertised. But basically, normally when Minecraft crashes in any regular circumstance, it will also close down the entire game, including all the mods that you had loaded and everything, meaning that for large mod packs, it might take like, you know, anywhere between 10 to 15 minutes to load, depending on what hard drive you have it on. You would basically have to wait all that time every time it crashes. And for really big mod packs, that's a good amount of time where you're just wasting away, basically. So what this does is that instead of closing the entire application down, it just returns you to the main menu, and it even gives you a handy link to a crash report that you can send to any potential developers, and also helps you locate what actually caused the crash to begin with. Most importantly though, it just sends you back to the main menu and doesn't force you to reload all the mods, and you can just, if you're playing single player for instance, and the crash happened because you interacted with something specific, you can just load up your save again and continue where you left off, basically. And then just not do that again. And more importantly, you can also use it as a way to test all these things faster to figure out what is actually causing the problem. So, pretty good mod. Pretty good mod. And I did actually have that exact experience the other day, because Create is a little bit unstable at the moment. And I really hope that they'll fix it soon, because it's a feature for Create, which is integral in understanding and learning how it works, which is broken. And it's also, like, I posted an issue report. I haven't actually checked on it. Okay, there's been 2 new ones since. But yeah, on basically the same day as me, someone else also posted it earlier, so I decided I would chip in with mine. And it's basically, Create uses this system which allows you to do something called ponder, where you interact with something in just enough items, which is that item UI where you can see all the craft recipes and such, separate mod. But when you ponder an item from the Create mod, it gives you this, it's hard to explain actually. It's like a playback video almost, where in game it'll show you how the different blocks interact with whatever it is that you're investigating, pondering about. So an example could be the crushing wheels for Create, which are used for crushing stone or ore so that you can get a higher output, or other materials. And by pondering, it'll show you how you hook it up with the other components of the mod pack, or the mod specifically, sorry, and how to actually make it work, and most importantly, what it does. And it's very easy this way to figure out how to do everything, because you don't have to look up on first of all, you don't have to go to some third-party website and look up the information yourself. It's right there in Minecraft. But most importantly, it's also, always using the same formula, so there's like some structure to it, meaning that you're not relying on some random YouTuber to have randomly covered this mod in a specific way and have to look through half an hour's worth of footage to try and find those 2 minutes that you need in order to build what you're trying to. So you can take it also more as like a progressive approach, instead of being overwhelmed, and only look into the things that you're actually curious about. But that feature basically doesn't quite work right now. When you're pondering things, it just like crashes the entire game when the playback goes far enough. And that's not really good if you're trying out Create for the first time. So since there is no, as far as I know, online wiki or whatever, you can't really like look up external information about it. Well, what can we do? Because I'm thinking about what we can do while we wait for it to reload. Could look up Craft Tweaker, I guess. Oh wow. And we're on 1.18, make sure that it's the right version. So this is the issue that that I'm sort of emphasizing that might be a thing, where Craft Tweaker, they change their syntax on occasion, so it's not just a matter of copying your scripts from 1.17 necessarily into 1.18. You might have to change them a little bit, which also means that I'll have to figure out where the heck it's located. So, vanilla maybe? So there's crafting table recipes. Not sure if that is exactly... Might be here. Let's see. Because we're looking into removal of recipes. So this is adding, shapeless, adding, using recipe functions, advanced usage, removing a recipe. Here we go. Move by name. Oh, sounds like we're ready. See if we can start up. Please work. And this is again why it's in beta stage. I have played it a little bit for like a couple hours just to see how stable it was. Still says safe mode. I wonder if it's the world then that's scuffed. But I don't understand why that would be. Let's try and make a new world and see what happens. Because literally the last thing I did yesterday was just I closed it down and then I went to bed. No. Errors in currently selected data packs prevented the world from loading. You can either try to load it with only the vanilla data pack, which no, or go back to title screen and fix it manually. But when it says data pack, is it this stuff? Because this is like, yeah, this is 16x resource textures for no, so that's optional. No, these are all optional. And this is just like a visual thing. So it's not those. Shoot. Seriously, is it Void Totem? I'll be so sad if it's Void Totem. But I guess that just would leave to say, like, don't judge a book by its cover, I suppose. Let's try and reverse this version to the previous one. Because the only other thing that I could think of would be that there's like some kind of framework that needs updating as well, but doesn't seem to be a thing here. Now, of course, though I did reverse cyclic, the question is, did I reverse it far enough? So let's see, this update came out yesterday. I'm pretty sure yesterday there was no update for cyclic. Let's try and reverse that as well even further, just for good measure's sake. And then I can always like bump up the version number later. Because right now I kind of just want to get into working on the other things in the mod pack. It's easier to upgrade the mod version than downgrade it. For obvious reasons. Because they'll be missing content. Okay, so let's look at this script then, while it loads for the 10 billion time. Oop. And I'm actually thinking now, I could go into the... Where is it? Because I have a game development overlay there. It's not much different to some of the other screen setups. The main difference is just you can see this secondary monitor on the top left there. Yeah, that would allow me to at least place Minecraft over there or something. Could also place the documentation. You won't be able to read it, but then you at least know what I'm working on. Okay, so this is the script that I already had. And move you. Wait, thank you. Like so. Okay, so here onwards down. So the really cool thing about doing it this way is that you first remove by the mod ID, but then you exclude anything that isn't or is in this list. So the reason being that there's so many things that I need to remove that it's easy to remove everything and then exclude the things that I want to keep, so that I don't miss out on random items here and there. It does mean that if I update the mod pack, I have to add them to the exclusion list, but I think that is easier than doing it the opposite way around. So this is by mod ID. That doesn't seem to have changed. And it is referenced as a string, hence it's in quotation marks, so that should be okay. Exclude recipes from mod ID removal. So that's what I'm using. Comma exclusion filter. Why is that in parentheses, I wonder? Well, this looks awfully similar. Let's check. Because I did pretty much the same. I just went here and used that as like a template for making this. Return name is equals to red bed from white bed. Right. And then it's like multiple recipes can also be excluded. One way this can be done is as follows. So this is, I think, what I am doing. So we've got our Minecraft exclusions, which I've just called cyclic exclusions in this case, as a string. So this is like a list of strings. Yes. And of course, no comma after the last one. Is closed off, so that should be good. So the only reason why this wouldn't work is because some of these items had been removed. Basically what happened was that I had this script in there, and last time I tried or checked cyclic in game with this running, the script running, literally nothing was there. All the things were removed instead of only the things that, and it didn't like retain these things that were in the exclusion list, so it just removed everything but didn't exclude anything. And then we have crafting table that removed by ID, by mod ID, the name of the mod, which is cyclic, and then name. Yes, and it does say return name in cyclic exclusion, so that is. So this should be working. So maybe it's this just enough items thing that doesn't work then. Because there's a difference between removing the actual recipes and then removing them from just enough items. Since removing the recipes doesn't mean that just enough items excludes it from the things that are shown. It just means that when in just enough items you look at how to craft the item, or try to, there won't be any way to craft the item basically, but the item is still there, it's just not craftable. And removing it from just enough items is also fine, because it's, as far as I know, it doesn't remove it outright from the game. It just makes it invisible in just enough items. So that means that we probably have to go to Forge, because okay, maybe not Forge, mods. Yeah, mods. And JTweaker, let's see if we can find it. Because I remember when I had to do this last time that this had changed at some point. So I was looking at like some old stuff originally back then, and then I found the correct thing later, which actually, you know, obviously worked. Uh-huh. Does that mean... Okay, I do have JTweaker installed. Adds Create-tastic support for just enough items. Cool, so we're looking at the right thing. Right, just need to make double sure. So this is what we need to do, okay. Oh. Please work. Because if it doesn't work now, then I have very little idea on what happened since yesterday. Okay, let's take a look at this a little while and let it do its thing. So let's see here, hide item. Well, let's first see if, okay, no. Hide recipe. Hides a recipe with the given name from appearing within the J category with the given ID. Okay, so it's possible that that might be what we need. Because this is hide item, and it doesn't appear on this list. There's nothing with item. What's a J ingredient anyway? There's a category identifier. Yeah, no. J ingredients. What do they consider what is a J ingredient? Is that like just an item? Is it because hide item was too unclear, as hide item is both referring to blocks and items, and there's like a like a semantic issue with that? Okay, it is working now, good. Because it could very well be that they then decided to say like, oh, it's an ingredient now. Because category, as far as I know, is something completely else. And I would imagine that recipe, when looking in just enough items anyway, is like when you say, oh, this is a recipe. So the item will appear over here, but the recipe to actually craft that item maybe will not show. Not exactly sure why you'd want that, but because that, like, if it's literally that, then you would be actively hiding the recipe for something that is craftable, but not actually disabling the crafting of said item. So now you just gotta know that you can craft it. Like, why? Hides all J ingredients of a mod. Okay, it is in blue. Let's see what do they consider J ingredient. Any ingredient used in J. J identifies as an ingredient everything that can be used in any type of recipe, both as input and output. So basically items, blocks, anything that can be used in a recipe. Liquids, I guess, too would be under this. Maybe that's so it's probably just that they didn't feel like item really made a lot of sense as syntax when it's also covering all non-items, if you will. Okay. So that's why it doesn't work then. So instead of what I have here, I would have to replace it with some of this. Exclude as predicate string as void. So is this the whole thing that I need to use? Because this is a very different setup than... So the mod ID, that would be cyclic, but so I guess I can just type in the string here, cyclic. Exclude as predicate string. This is a string list if I understand it. I don't know what predicate means. So see here, predicate string, an optional exclusion filter. Default value, name as string, return false. So I guess that's then the same as this up here. So this will look very similar then. Right? So it would be that. And then the return statement. Okay. That means if I use this like so, I guess then that would be the same. So it's literally just because they changed it from mods.j.j.hide to j.hide mod. That's literally okay. That should at least fix that. Then we can try it out the next time I feel like reloading the game. But that's something. Also, while I've been testing and configuring things in game, this Enderman has been like restructuring my house, so the part and all the dirt blocks. Also, this shouldn't concern you all too much. Also, I need to change the volume, I think. Let's change it to like 14. From what I've been able to tell from testing, it's a issue with Optifine and Forge itself in some ways. One of those two. So if you're not using Optifine, it doesn't cause any issues. And if you're using Optifine and don't want those, and you can deal with the alternative, then it's just connected textures that you basically just have to turn off, because this is what's causing the issue. Because if you disable connected textures, then yeah, they look like they should. Oddly enough, it's only the vanilla bookshells, so the modded ones, they look fine. But yeah, I'm not too worried about that. It's not like it causes the game to crash though. Alright, so this is actually what I wanted to do. This is the quest system for FTB quests. And just as a brief overview, I guess, this is supposed to be an introduction to the mod pack as a whole, without going into too much detail, unless you really care about it, I guess, on how all the individual elements work. So it's mostly to make you aware of things that are really easy to miss and such. So, starting with this point in the middle here, and then expanding outwards, basically. And I've tried writing down everything that I feel could be of use, but you know, completing the quests as well if you just want to do it experiential or whatever, or experimental, then you can also do it that way. And as I said, for the whole purpose of this is just to introduce you to all the things that are easy to miss. A great example, for instance, is the Void Totem, because it's literally like a mod that is a standalone thing, and the only thing it adds is this one Void Totem. So when you're looking through just enough items, normally what I do, you know, starting a new mod pack, I look through just enough items, see what kind of items are in there, and I'm like, okay, so Embellish Craft adds a lot of decorative items. Got it. So if I ever want to see what other decorative items I want, you can, you know, type in @embellish, and it only shows you Embellish Craft things, and then you can dive into that mod per se and see all the things that it leaves you makes available to you. Or you could of course look it up on the internet and find it that way too, but usually just using just enough items that way for me works out pretty well. But you know, for the Void Totem, it is literally just that one item, so in a list of, in my case, 126 pages worth of just, you know, stuff, it gets lost really, really easily. So that's like one example. Another one is Alex's mobs, which is more about, like, it's very tied to exploration as an example, but it does include some pretty cool items that can help you with exploration. And when the mod pack adds a lot of biomes and world gen, being aware of the options you have for making that process more convenient or improved in some way might be nice to know. And of course, in some cases, there'll also be rewards that help you getting started, basically, with some of the aspects. But I don't want to go too much into detail to everything that I've already worked on, because you'll experience that if you play the mod pack, of course. What I do want to do right now, though, is that I want to finish it off. like completely finish this. And I'm pretty close. I need some Create Basics introduction, and then currently Mine Colonies is part of the mod pack, and I haven't looked into how it works when you're doing a server, because if I remember correctly from another mod pack I played at some point, it did have Mine Colonies in there, but it essentially was set up so that you could only have one mine colony per player, and the way you did that was by, through the quest system, you would be rewarded one of the colony types or something, allowing you to basically put down one mine colony, and that's it. So if you fucked up that process, you wouldn't be able to reclaim that reward and put it down somewhere else. So you have to be very careful about how you did it. And I think it was the supply ship and the supply camp. Those are the items that you use, because I remember these icons at least. And I think one establishes like a colony that is next to water, and the other one establish a colony that is inland. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we should look up how mine colonies work. Maybe that's a good idea. because I've not played with it before. The only thing I've tried in the past is basically when Millionaire was a thing, which this smells a lot like Millionaire. But that was like a long ass time ago. Okay, let's just look it up, because I have no idea where to start. But yeah, it's a bit on edge of whether or not we want to include it in the mod pack or not, because it's a really cool feature. But it's sort of like stands on its own as like its own really, really large thing. And it kind of conflicts with the vanilla villager system, in my opinion, as far as I know. Which has already been expanded for the mod pack as is, so you don't want to have two major systems in place where you have to which do very similar things, because why should you? Then just have mine colonies and don't expand the vanilla Minecraft villages. I know mine colonies does more things that vanilla villages won't do for you, but I digress. So let's see here. Interactive building mod allows you to create your own thriving town. Lets your leadership skills soar by providing you with everything you need to build your kingdom. Mine colonies gives you the flexibility to create a colony as unique as every player. With so many options, you'll create a different colony every time, adapted to any biome, built inside a mountain, on top of one, under the ocean, or in the sky. The limit is your imagination. Mine colonies features NPC workers such as builders, farmers, yada yada yada. 5 types of animal herders, etc, etc. Yeah. Also includes specialized buildings such as the warehouse and so forth. Please note, yeah, it's in progress. Okay, but how do you get started? Maybe we'll check the getting started thing. So, assumes you've already installed the mod. Yes, okay. Before you get started on your new colony, you should find your perfect location. You need a large enough area for a full city, at least 8x8 chunks and decently flat. Well, that's going to be pretty hard in 1.18, but it is possible. Also gather as many resources as you can, wood, as well as cobble, coal, blah blah blah. Supply camp, supply ship. Once you have chosen a location for your colony, you must place a supply ship or supply camp. You can only place one of these per world. The supply camp / ship gives you the town hall block you need to officially start your colony. They also have some other supplies you may need during the building of your colony. Okay, so that means that if you can only have one per world, then that is governed by the mod itself per player basis, and you can just like make either of these. Okay, well, since this world is kind of like just a testing world anyway, might as well give it a go. But what is... Okay, so once you have the town hall block and the build tool, the remaining camp / ship is just decoration. You can leave it or tear it down. Alright, so that just tells me that these are just like starting things. It doesn't actually like have any impact on whether or not it's a port city or an inland one. Got it. Well, let's try and find somewhere that we can use as a testing ground. Because one of the issues with wow, you've been calling it Millionaire now, with mine colonies that I experienced on a friend server, is when a player ends up in a situation where something goes wrong with mine colonies, which can happen. I believe they had like an issue where he, like, for instance, if you're playing single player, you know, you can use your own commands to build a new place. For instance, if you want to build somewhere completely else, for whatever reason it may be. Fuck. This smells of corrupt biomes. Well, to be fair, I did have this one instance where I accidentally deleted, removed like a particular mod. It's less jarring now that biome blending is in place, but that also means that it's going to be harder to detect that kind of issue moving forward, huh? Okay, now I'm kind of curious if I should try and figure out if it's happened on other areas or if it's like a biome thing that I've sort of cocked up. I don't think so. Because I haven't updated any of the biome related mods, I don't think. So I don't see why that would have an influence. Hold on a second. Oh, okay. Hold on. Is that... Okay, so it's Young's Better Dungeons that adds these cobwebs. Okay. I for some reason thought that was Quark that used to add those spider caves. But okay. Whoa, what is this terrain? I swear, some of this 1.18 terrain is pretty nuts. I do seem to agree with what people are saying though. Because initially I was a little bit skeptical about the new world gen stuff. Mainly because oh, there's one of those here. Mainly because it felt a lot like there was basically a lot of holes in the ground all over the place. And it was very, very chaotic and steep terrain, but it does seem like what people were saying about that is very accurate, actually. Which is that the biome sort of distribution and configuration, all that stuff, is very much dependent on your seed. So if you're using a particular seed over another one, you might experience very radically different terrain generation. Yeah, I think up here is as good as any place. Don't want to go too far away either because... yeah. So let's mess around with the Mine Colonies mod just to like get a better idea of it. So if I pop this down here, what happens? Okay. Might be changed on placement. Also, I'm noticing that my shader is not happy with Mine Colonies. Asian supply camp. Press escape to leave the GUI to inspect. Oh, okay. Whoa, okay. I can see why it's like not happy. That's a shader issue though. But it kind of doesn't... that means that I can't... okay, does that mean that... hold on. I gotta investigate this. Mine Colonies OpenGL error. Graphics card drivers, yeah, thanks. Yeah, I think it's structure rise. I guess it would have to be structure rise. Let's see what they are experiencing. Yeah, okay, so it's the same issue. Wow, okay. Structurize. Well, if that doesn't work, we'll go on the mod itself. And on issues. Oh, well, try and spell correctly first. No OpenGL error. There are 7 closed ones though. Got nothing to do with OpenGL. It does. Oh, there's someone here. Let's try and say shader. No. What about what could we say? Optifine maybe? Okay. There's 28 closed. This was 8 days ago and closed, and say update. That said, the latest version did fix structurize. Okay, so it's a structurize issue. Okay. Well, structurize is updated though, so... Right? Yeah, it's not in the list. Oh, the alpha. Hold on a second. So it's probably just something again that'll be fixed soonish. Let's see. Okay, structurize, where you at? There. If we go into versions, yeah, so there are some alpha versions, but the issue is that if Mine Colonies doesn't work with any of these alpha versions where set issues should be fixed, then that is not really a solution at the moment. But it will mean that if it becomes a stable release, because this is the one, right? Yeah. Oh, this version, alpha version, did fix it. Structurize there, alpha, so yes, thank you. But then they mention a completely different version up here. Okay. What about Mine Colonies then? Do you have some You also have some alpha versions. You have a lot of alpha versions. The version that I'm down here is this release. Okay, let's... Curse Forge. Mine colonies. I'm usually not a big fan of using non-stable releases, but maybe it's just because Mine Colonies is such a big mod, they're doing like small incremental alpha releases. Let's see here. How would I figure out which version of Mine Colonies to use? I guess we can take a look at their issues. Related structurize. When was this? Oh, this was like 2 years ago. What if we say structurize? Probably have to use the labels then. Maybe that would do the trick. So let's see here. Maybe it's on the next page. There it is. Okay, it's the only structurize thing here that is open. Let's see about closed then. Rendering port. Yeah, so it's because they were working on it probably. Nah, this was also last year, a long time ago. I don't know then. One way to try it would just be through trial and error and then see which version of the particular structurized mod, which version of Mine Colonies would be compatible with that structurized mod that is said to work. Well, whatever the case, should still be able to just say like boom. Wow, you get a lot of stuff for very little. Wow, yeah, okay. Instead of wooden tools, holy fuck. And a bed as well. I also just managed to set my respawn point. Go me. All right. So there's like a chest with a town hall and stuff. Yeah, it seems a little bit too easy if it's just literally like a couple of chest crafts away from getting all this. I mean, you know, everyone playing the mod pack, it would be their own choice. But it definitely sets away a lot of challenges. But I guess, you know, Mine Colonies is meant for like people who want to build a town, and obviously that whole process is gonna fast forward a lot of other aspects in the game. So we get that. Town hall block is what actually creates the colony. It also functions as the center of it. So where you start using your build tool to place buildings, using the build tool ensures you can see exactly where the building will be, which direction it will face, and if it's on the right Y level. Some buildings need to be raised the correct Y level. Really? Once the town hall block is placed, you will start receiving your initial 4 citizens. a lot of information here. Okay, before we go any further with the mod, then why don't we have a brief look at the mine colonies client? Oh, that's a client config. Oh, that was pretty lackluster. Enable citizen voices. Okay, that's just as expected client side stuff. It's M, isn't it? Not a lot. Could be that it's because it's in here then. So if we go here and say mine colonies. Okay, server configuration. So that's mine colonies server.toml. Which is kind of what I thought. So if I go into server config onto the save file, that should be where the mine colonies config is. Right. Ugh, what is all that? Oh, geez, those are all the names for all the NPCs. It's in this document. Holy fuck. Okay. Yeah, like users and put in patron names and stuff. If you really wanted to. Or just have every single villager named Dragon King. Should citizens have a middle initial? Yeah, that's not what we're looking for. Core gameplay there. Initial citizens. Players to be able to place an infinite amount of supply camp ships. Default is false. So yeah, that one you can only place once. Should players be allowed to abandon their colony to create a new one easily? Note, this is buggy. Default is false. Should colonies in other dimensions be allowed? I would probably want to set this to false. Also, we can actually modify that through here, but I think it's easier for me to just look through the txt file here. I don't think I want to allow that for the server. Because I don't really understand why you would want a mine colony in the end or in the nether. And those are the only other dimensions that, as far as I know, at least should be in the mod pack, so... Citizen spawn interval, that's fine. I'll probably just keep most of these things default, and then if people complain, we can always modify it. I mean, you can change this on a server from server at a server level too, so it doesn't have to be bound to whatever the mod pack defines. So if you want to change that, you can just do it for your server. I just want to set up the default configs for the experience that I would like the mod pack to provide. So. Question is then if there's anything else that I even care about at the moment. MCRTP command. So this is all command stuff. Can user ally can player use allied town hall teleport? Default is yeah, can players teleport to allied colonies? That is set to true by default. No home command. How colony is supposed to be allowed to use the MC colony info command. Add officer, colony delete. MCRTP, is that random teleport? Because it doesn't explain here what the command does, it just says if they'll be able to use it. But yeah, I don't quite understand this logic. So players can use the ally town teleport command, but not for their own colony by default. Weird. I mean, I would set them both to false anyway, because you use the oh, what are they called again? The Waystones mod to teleport around, so you need to earn that, if you will. This just opens up space for abuse. All configuration related to colony claims. Maximum claim range for a colony. This is the radius measured in chunks. That is 20 chunks range. How big is that? So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this is 10. So twice that, basically. Okay. So if we imagine here and then 20 block range. So that means this colony here basically has this entire area claimed, sort of. It's pretty sizable space. Seems more than enough. Don't feel any need to extend that. I wonder if you can do that per colony basis too as like an admin command, in case it should be necessary. Initial colony size. Restrict colony placement false. Should the min-max distance from spawn also affect colony placement? Hold on. Minimum distance in chunks between colonies. Default is 8. Minimum 1. Max 200. What? So if the maximum radius of a colony is 20, but you can place them 8 chunks, then they're gonna overlap. How does that make sense? Wouldn't this number have to be higher than 20 then? Otherwise it depends. I guess it depends on how they measure this distance. Because so it's like, okay, is it measured from the center point of a colony, or is it measured from the, like as a buffer zone around a colony? So basically add 8 to the 20, so there has to be 8 chunks range of a buffer zone between the claimed areas, not the center. I think that might be how it is. Shouldn't the min-max distance from spawn also affect colony placement? False. Okay, maximum distance in block from world spawn for a colony. Max distance. Huh? Hold on, what? Maximum distance? Should the min-max distance from spawn also affect colony placement? Default is false. Which at first I was like, okay, why is that false? But then if there's a maximum distance, that also means there's a limit on how far away you can place it. Oh, this is what we need. Minimum distance from spawn. Okay, so the other thing is just completely... This should have been further up, honestly. Okay. But yeah, minimum distance from world spawn, 512. I assume that's 512 chunks. Seems a little bit far away, if you ask me. Because that means you have to first travel 512 plus 10 chunks, 20 chunks or something, I guess. So, seems like pretty far away. But I think that's probably fine. Nothing I feel needing to change there. Yeah, so there's like raiders that will spawn to attack you. I think that's all just going to be default. Colony protection be enabled. I think probably true, but you see, there's also FTB chunks, which you can use to claim chunks. And if you do so, that will also prevent griefing of both explosions, but also other players. So theoretically, you wouldn't need this system here. And I have no idea how those two systems interact because they are separate from each other. This is mod compatibility. Okay, don't care about that. I assume they know what they're doing. Pathfinding. Okay. Request system. I think that pretty much covers it for the config. And since I saved that, it should be all fine and dandy. So let's continue on with the tutorial on how to use this mod. Position where you place the town hall blocks at first will be the center of your colony protected area. Once placed, the area will be set and cannot be changed. Use your build tool to place the town hall. Green check mark. The town hall block will be placed to officially start a colony. You need to right click on the block, then select create new colony. For citizens. Okay, so I wonder. Okay, so you can make this yourself. I find that the supply camp and supply ship is a little bit cheaty because it's basically like a quick start thing because it gives you all this stuff. Let me just see if I missed something regarding the supply. Can I like just disable them entirely? Through here anyway. Oh, okay, this needs to be false. Disable supply camp placing restrictions. Okay, that's all. Okay, so if I wanted to remove supply camps and ships, I would have to do that through craft tweaker, wouldn't I? So in here, basically. How do I figure that out? Minecraft, how to find item ID maybe. Press F3 plus H. Hover over an item, look at its tooltip. Well, I don't know if I can do that. Oh, advanced tooltip shown. Ah, there it is. Mine colonies, supply chest deployer, and supply camp deployer. Cool. So, do I still have? No, I do not. Craft. Tweaker. There's the documentation. How to crafting table recipe. And then let me see, because I will need a different example, so I need to make sure I'm doing this correctly. Removing a recipe there. So crafting table dot remove by name, and then I can just have one of either of these. And then we can do comment saying mine colonials. Colonies there. Move that onto the other screen, and that was the name in here, which was mine colonies supply chest deployer. The other one is called supply something else. Very similar though. The other one's called supply camp deployer. A bit of a weird naming. Supply camp deployer. Cool. Okay, so that should remove those recipes. From mine colonies at least. So basically you can't craft these. However, I will also need to do the just enough items thing in JTweaker. Recipe. Hide ingredient. Ingredient that should be hidden from J. We'll just take the ingredient as J ingredient. What is it? It's like a string? So it's string as J ingredient? Is that how it's supposed to mean? I think so. That would just be the same here. Crafting table dot remove by name, and then J dot hide ingredient for mine colonies items. Well, I'll try that out at some point. Would be nice with an example though. That's like a bit more than this. Like a concrete like example with like just regular Minecraft blocks or something. But that should do fine for now. Free that son of a bitch. Because then, you know, the tutorial would just be a build tool and town hall crafting recipe to get you started. So, why don't we just plop this down here? Suggest using the build tool to place the schematic. This will allow you to adjust the position. Okay. How does supply camp, supply ship, walls? Oh, okay, so ships, statues. Wow, okay. I also have a weird, actually, can I, is there like a god mode in, oh wait, I could just set it to peaceful. What the fuck am I doing? I'm an idiot. Peaceful. Then I don't have to worry about mobs. Because I need to make sure that, town hall, there. Try and do this. Because obviously it's gonna like do this weird shit with the preview there. I guess if you're not using shaders or whatever, you're fine. You are able to create a new colony here. Create new colony then. Okay. Start your colony, start off my colonies by crafting a supply crate or ship and placing it. Okay. I already did that though. Build tool to place a town hall. Once you commit to the placement of town, the green check mark. To officially start a colony, you need to right click on the block and then select create new colony. Once you've done this, your initial 4 citizens will start appearing. You can now right click the town hall block again to look at its graphical user interface. That is not what it looks like. Might be because I was in admin mode when I played the camp, but does it mean that you actually have to do the camp stuff? Recheck the highlighted blocks. Not sure what it means by highlighted blocks. Oh, it was just like in my placement. Okay, so dude. My colonies is so cheap to get started with. That also gives me that thing. What the hell even is this? It's like a lumberyard or something. Seems like it gives me same stuff as the other camp. Okay, can we like do something with this town hall thing now? Okay, so now I can. That is... okay. So workers will come by, you say? Well, that's a little bit, let me think about this. I think I know how to handle this. Because I think it's a little bit too easy to get started with mine colonies, in my opinion. But we can fix that. First settler arrived to your colony. You should place a builder's hut to start your settlement. Okay. So... how... this is all decorations, so... okay, let's read. Oh, right. So I should be able to go here, right? Build options. Asian birch. Caledonian. Dark oak. Fortress. Incan jungle. Medieval birch. Medieval birch alternative. Dude, they have so many builds here. Building requires a builder's hut of level 1 or higher to be upgraded, repaired, or deconstructed. Okay. Well, let's read the tutorial, I guess. They don't even have this yet. Do I? And I just looked at the wrong thing. Actions. Okay. I do have access to this. Okay, so just because it didn't start me on the actions tab instead of the information tab. I see. Okay. Okay. So create, build, upgrade, reposition, and repair, build, order for the town hall, rename, hire mercenaries, allies, feuds, permissions. This is like setting all the configuration stuff for your colony. Okay. Settings. Worker hiring mode, housing assignment mode. Pick team color, colony flag, work orders. Before any other buildings can be built, you must... this is what I want to know. Builder's hut. Use your build tool to place it. Once you commit to the placement of the builder's hut, the green check mark, the block will be placed and the builder will be automatically assigned. You can manually assign one of the best traits. Okay. Oh, builder's hut block. Okay.
I get to build it again?
So... so it's one of these that I need. So... does that mean that now if I right click with this... okay. I can say like... however, that's not enough. You need to access it and click the building button. Soon your citizens will be creating new structures for the colony. Yeah. A little bit annoying with the whole issue of rendering, but let's see.
I get to build it again?
I mean, I placed it down, but there's like nothing here. So, uh-huh. Okay. Hmm. Find the following. What? Those arrow buttons don't exist. Because the UI has changed. Got it. Build options. Okay, so this is Acacia and so forth. So these are all the... So if I say build building... Okay. So I've requested it, but I guess I need to supply them with the resources and then... Build assignments and they can build it, blah blah blah. Building cannot find any other buildings. The builder will ask for the materials they need. Right click on them when they have a red icon. I did just see someone come by. See, the builder hasn't finished. Started work on builder 1. Okay.
I serve with pleasure.
Probably because they're gonna tear down terrain and such first. Okay. Phew. So here's kind of what I'm currently thinking. Though mine colonies is pretty cool in its own right, I'm starting to think that it's maybe doesn't quite fit into the mod pack. I kind of expected this though, and I just wanted to try it out for myself just to see what it would be like. But I don't think I want to go further with this. If people want mine colonies, they can easily add it themselves. Of course, the issue being that if you want to have it on a public server, then you would need to make your own mod pack, and you can't just like easily derive and add mods in there that aren't already there without making your own mod pack. So, because the thing is, since Create is like the center point of the mod pack, I don't quite know. Hello there, Maze White Tea. Welcome to. I'm currently deliberating whether or not to use mine colonies in this mod pack that I'm working on. How are you doing? Because it doesn't quite seem like mine colonies would fit in with the create mod and all the other things that are sort of like the primary theme of this. It's kind of like its own thing. So I'll probably just leave this as it is and then not proceed making quests for it. Just make it a little bit easier. I'm not making mods, I'm just making a mod pack. It's not quite the same. Not quite the same. But
Not good enough, eh?
I assume then you've probably played with mods at least, so you know a little bit in that sense. Wait, what? Oh, okay, so they built one over here, great. Oh yeah. But yeah, mine colonies is a little bit out of scope for what I want to do with the mod pack, so I'll probably just remove it for like the full release version. So the mod pack that I'm working on is basically the second iteration of one that I made for 1.17, but 1.18 doesn't quite have the same mods available as 1.17, so I've been spending like almost a week now just trying to figure out which replacement mods are out there, and it's not been an easy task. I'm like on the final steps now though, and one of the things I've been working on is this FTB quest system, which is supposed to help out new players, like on this, give them a sense of direction on where to go basically. The end goal is that once it's done, the mod pack will be run on a community-based server as well, so that people in the community can jump on and play it. One viewer, so you want to watch some people without an insane ego? How I am, or how am I doing? There's two different things. It's also like a weekday, so usually there's not a lot of people on Twitch at this point in time, at least when it comes to people that are regulars in here. I don't know if Toto's still lurking, she has a tendency to do so. But yeah, I just kind of like mess around with things on Twitch. Toto's still here. Yeah, she's a regular. How are you? Oh, okay. I'm doing pretty fine. I'm not as active on Twitch as I used to be like a couple months ago at the moment, but it's doing pretty well. Trying to think. Yeah. It's not like I have any issues in that regard. Doing pretty well. The world situation is a little bit dodgy at the moment though, which obviously has everyone on edge. But apart from that, kind of just spending my time, I'm taking some business classes, which I'm almost done with. I have like 2 weeks left of that. And once I'm done with it, I'll hopefully be going full-time game developer if everything goes according to plan and nothing else suddenly happens. So that is my current sort of milestone that I'm aiming towards. And I mean, yeah, 4:30. Really tired even though it's been 3 hours. I mean, 4:30 sounds really, really early. Wow, Toto. Yeah, that's actually true. Toto has a point. If you're curious about what it is that I'm working on, that would give you a better idea of it. It's got nothing to do with like Minecraft or anything. Okay. create. I have to get started on this. But why are you up that early though? 4:30 is like super early. For me, that would be what, 5.5 hours earlier than usual. I usually prefer getting up at like 10 a.m. Okay, let's see here. Create. Actually, now that I think about it, let's do a check mark. And are there any just enough items tag icons that we can use, that is? Because I do think I want to add a little bit of help for people that are unfamiliar with just enough items. Could use the bookmark icon. That might work. Change the title of that to... I will need a text editor for this. So on my other monitor, I basically have like this text editor for you, because setting up text for this quest system is not really ideal to do inside Minecraft. So I have so I basically write it on in another document, and then I just copy it across. So title of you should probably be useful J tricks. Where do we put you? Early game help? Yeah, let's put you in conjunction with early game help. Set you as a dependency. But is there an issue with like larger streamers having a massive ego? From what I can tell, it seems to usually be just like they don't have like the time, and it's like super disruptive if you have to refer to literally every single person that writes in chat. So they usually like skim through it, is what I've noticed. But I don't know. Yeah, that seems fine. Now we just need to have some tricks and stuff. Okay, how do we want to format this? So what I'm thinking is, like, not everyone is aware that you can do stuff like this with just enough items to help look up certain things. So for instance, you know, you can of course look up coal blocks, right? Which will show you everything that has the word coal in it. But there's like 126 pages here worth of stuff. And it can be a little bit difficult sometimes to quickly find the point in your list of like pages worth of stuff for a particular mod that you're currently investigating or messing around with. So what you can do is type in @Botania, for instance, and it'll only show you Botania related things, but literally every single Botania related thing that exists. And you can combine some of these searching methods. So for instance, if you only wanted flowers from Botania, you could type in @Botania space flower, and it'll tell you or show you only the flowers from within the Botania mod. That we could try, yeah. So if I just type in flower, you get all this other crap that you might not be interested in. So that's kind of where I want to help people. You can also do some other nifty tricks like, how is it again? Is it this? And then it's not foolproof, but the idea is that if you type in hashtag and oh shit, what was the hold on. And this thing, a free plus H. Okay, there we go. Just so it's not like showing me all this extra info. So if you type in hashtag Esgia, for instance, as far as I understand, the idea is that it'll look through the description of items, and then any item that has the an Esgia word inside it will only show. So for instance, what that's really useful for Silent Gear is that Silent Gear uses materials from all, well, not all, but a lot of other mods to allow you to do things with Silent Gear itself, and you are interested in figuring out which resources can be used as Silent Gear materials, and they usually have Esgia as like a part of their description. So if you type in hashtag Esgia, it should filter it out so you only get Esgia compatible items. What could be an example of showing this? Like for instance, I guess mud bricks from Biomes of Plenty cannot be used with Esgia because, well, it's not configured to be used with it. So if you have to look through 126 pages worth of materials to find compatible items, you might miss out on quite a lot. Whereas this is like a way more useful approach to it. Like for instance, all these materials are compatible because they're using like plank and stone tags, which can be used for some of the basic things, like all the leaves as well are also should be compatible. Not the most you know, like in some cases it's not super useful, but occasionally you can find some pretty wonky materials that otherwise would be very well hidden. So like for instance, I didn't know that Elemental Craft is now compatible with Silent Gear to a certain, with some of its materials, right? But yeah, actually let's just look up, because there are some other tricks too. Just enough items filtering. And I mean, you know, I could redirect people to just find it on their own, or like a specific page or whatever, but I think it's might be helpful for new players to just read it in game. Do they even have just enough items guide thing? How old is this page? Because this is FTB, which is like a third-party site, so try a different approach. First Forge, just enough items. So if we go here, they do not, okay, they do not have a guide, but they do have a basic controls thing here. Show recipes. Search by mod name, type at in front of a word. Multiple terms work together, yeah. Okay, you can also do it the opposite way around. Wand at Formcraft, you can also do it at Formcraft wand. Exclude search items type minus. Okay, yeah, so you can also say like, oh, I want to see everything, just not this particular mod. I've never used that. Okay, so I didn't actually know that you could use quotation mark for words that have spaces in them. What's a good example? So for instance, buddy cards. Nah, it's not really. So if I say buddy at buddy, for instance, it'll show me buddy cards core, but also the expansions submod, right? Which is fine. But if I try to say space core, I'm surprised that actually works. Okay, if I try and type expansion, it doesn't work. Yeah. Reason being that after the space, that's like the name of the object you're looking for. So if you want expansions, so you do need to use huh? Why can I not get that to work? Oh, it's because it's buddy cards expansion. There we go. You don't need the quotation mark, you can just write it in one word and it'll work too. Expansion, right? I guess what they're saying is buddy cards space expansion quote? No? Did I spell that correctly? I'm just messing around right now just to make sure that I don't type in information in the tutorial that isn't correct, of course. Doesn't quite seem to work, this part. But maybe it's because it's for I mean, you don't need the quotation mark to look for a diamond hoe, for instance, so I don't exactly understand what it's for. Advanced controls. But yeah, this is like very, very basic. Because this doesn't even mention the hashtag, for instance. Oh, wow. Hey, Andre. Been a while. How are you doing? Good evening indeed. Haven't seen you around for like a very long time. How's it going? You're good? Have you settled in by now? Because it was like last time we talked, it was still a little bit chaotic, wasn't it? I think you mean free, right? It's also I haven't been streaming as frequently as I used to because I've been doing business classes, so it's just what do you call it? Timing and stuff, I guess. It's good to hear from you though, making sure that you're still alive and everything. Is there... Oh, advanced controls. Here we go. This is what we're looking for. It's a little more calm now. Okay, that's good. So you're no longer playing on your computer on top of a cardboard box anymore, I hope. Because I think that was like something you posted on the Discord at some point. now you have a desk. Nice. I hope you also have a chair for that desk. Otherwise, be a little bit difficult. Good, good. It says here you can type percentage in front of a word and it'll search by creative tab. The fuck is creative tab? I have no idea. Oh, you put it a little too high. Oh, so it's like my desk, then you have to like adjust the height and then set it in place, and then you can like put things onto it. And if you want to change it, you basically have to empty your entire desk and turn it over and everything, I suppose. Or dictionary name. So should also be able to do dollar stone. How does that even? Eh. Okay. So if I think dollar silver should show me all silver variants that exists, or everything in the old dictionary that's tagged with silver. So what's the... Okay, I see. So the difference is that this is just ores, and this shows me other things too. Like, why does it show this enchanted book? Oh, silver fish is in the description. Semi-similar, you have yours screwed into the walls. You have to empty everything from it and then set it. Okay. Screwed to the wall. Yeah, mine is just freestanding, and then it's got like pads underneath to keep it sort of in place. Silver maple saplings. I mean, this, I don't know how useful this is. Because it's like copper nuggets, sheets. Yeah, all the different versions of copper nuggets from the different mod variants, I suppose. I'm surprised that these are still a thing, given that it's... Oh, right, because base Minecraft doesn't have copper nuggets. So it's gotta like... They gotta be like implemented for other places. Getting used to the height. Okay, it's good. Well, not necessarily good. Not necessarily good that you've gotten used to it. So tooltip only, that's the hashtag. Okay, so let's take this description over here. There are here are some useful J tricks that can help you sort or narrow down your search. And then I think we can probably just put these in as they are on the CurseForge page. Someday soonish. Oh, okay, so you're gonna get your fix soon. Yeah. My own campaign kind of just like didn't really go anywhere because no one was really super motivated to like get started, and no one... I mean, I think you were the only one who was actually curious about it, to be fair. And the people that I was actually supposed to be doing it for were kind of like busy with other things. They had other priorities, so it just didn't go anywhere. And when when no one shows any interest, then why should I spend my time setting it up? Yeah, it kind of sucks because I'd gotten quite a lot prepared, and now like if I had to, if I wanted to run the campaign now, I'd have to refamiliarize myself with a lot of things again to get started. And that's the issue, like I get less and less motivated to keep the ball rolling myself if no one else says anything. So yeah. It's not the best. Sure. I like stories. Go right ahead. Let's make a more useful thing here. Being a little bit more fitting for the mod pack. And sitting in the bus, watching vids from your phone, minding your stuff, and then some random ass woman comes tries to grab your phone, so you slap her hand, ask her what the fuck she's doing, and she starts yelling at you. You need to play outside because it's a nice day. By the way, it was raining like someone was just pouring water with buckets. Nice. Oh, why though? Like, so what did you say again? Was she? So it's just a okay, so is it like an elderly woman or like your own age or like mature, young? What kind of demographic are we talking about here? Yeah, this is advanced search. $30-40, you would guess. Wow, fucking disrespectful. So basically a Karen, it sounds like. I don't really understand why it's none of her business. Yeah. And like, if you dropped your phone and the screen would have crashed, you'd have to pay for it, right? But would you have done that? I don't think so. Fucking idiot. In my opinion, at least. You left at the next stop and told the bus driver. Okay. I guess your buses are set up in a different way than ours then. We only go past the bus driver over here when we're entering the bus. Your mom? My mom? Why would it... What? Why would it be my mom, Toto? Weren't you listening yesterday when I was hanging out with you and Kyo? Well, actually, I didn't even talk about that in terms of my mom. My mom's fucking awesome. Yeah, but whose mom? You mean Andre's mom or my mom? That's what I'm asking. Yeah, compatible materials. Would have been a bad day for you. You would have smacked the shit out of her because you had anger problems back then. Youch. I've never had anything like that happen to me personally either, so I honestly don't know how I would react. Okay, so we should be able to... This is going to be pretty lengthy, but... Let's do it. Oh yeah, and this is also why you don't want to format the text in here. If you want to force a new line, you basically have to insert a new text element. And that also means if I want to edit this, I can't like insert another text element in the middle. So if I need to like delete this top section, I would have to move every single line up one by one manually, which is just easier to just start all over then at that point. You're using headphones, so literally not bothering anyone. Yeah, it does really sound like she was just in the our kids these days or whatever kind of mood. I honestly don't know. But yeah, she's not your mom either. By the way, Andre, do you think you would be up for or down to up for playing Minecraft when this mod pack is ready? I haven't really mentioned it towards you, but I am working on a version 2 DOS of the Create-tastic mod pack that we were running, or it is technically still running. It's just the server hasn't been updated to the latest version, but it is technically still running. Possibly. Okay, we might have to do some text editing here, because we can make this a little bit nicer. But yeah, this is like I'm setting up quests this time. So that there's like a bit of sense of direction early on. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I think if we add these dashes in front, it makes it a little bit... This is a little bit annoying that it's like, type U on the next line. That's fine. Search. Previous search. I mean, some of these controls are kind of like meh. But there are some pretty useful tricks you can do that filtering. And at least when I started playing mod packs way back, when J was also a thing, a lot of time passed before I actually started using the mod filtering methods that I've just been going through. And honestly, like when you're playing large mod packs, especially kitchen sink mod packs, dude, like it just makes it so much more convenient to actually find your way around things. One reason why you don't play Minecraft is because it has no direction. It's just do something you can't be bothered to do, just something you like to have a goal, aim, yeah. Well, I mean, at most I can give you artificial goals towards. And I mean, you always have the advancements that you can aim for. It's just they're like hidden away and you don't get any rewards for completing them, of course. But Minecraft is about building at least a big chunk of it. Or in the case of Create, it's like a sandbox for making contraptions, right? I could what, sorry? And you could something make one for yourself, but that seems like more work. Because you wrote day, but I don't... Oh, you could say make one for yourself, but that seems like more work. Like you mean objectives, right? So just for clarification, this is more like a tutorial on what there is in the mod pack for you to use, not necessarily like, oh, now go and do this thing. I can make those kinds of quests too, but the issue is figuring out the rewards for quests that make sense. Because at the end of the day, I can make a quest that is all about like, oh, obtain a stack of diamonds, but then what would you get in return, like other than more diamonds or something, you know? That is kind of the issue, right? The only other thing that I can really give you is XP or triggering specific commands. So until now, like wherever applicable, I'm still rewarding you for like completing objectives, but again, it's more of a way to introduce you to mods that you might not have ever seen or touched before. So it's not supposed to be like, oh, if you complete this thing, you'll get like the best gear in the game, much better than you can get it like through actually playing it. That's not the purpose. But I have started, well, not started, but occasionally I have added these like, oh, okay, make one of every blueprint and you'll get 2,000 additional XP, which is quite a lot. But other than that, I'm not entirely sure on what to reward you with. Because, you know, making all the blueprints isn't exactly hard. It's just that very rarely will you do that. What I can do as well is that for some of the advancements, like adventuring time, which literally, to get this advancement, you need to discover every single biome that exists in the game, right? Which obviously with biome mods added on top takes a lot of effort to accomplish, but like what would I reward you with other than XP? Because again, once you've discovered all the biomes, it's like you've been literally everywhere. Meaning that unless you just did it for the sake of doing it, which is kind of like purposeless in its own right, you'd already have been everywhere and seen everything and been able to collect any item in the game, right? So Minecraft isn't really like, doesn't lean well towards dungeon crawl experience, Because it's a sandbox at the end of the day. It's not like a session-based thing where you level up and you make a new character and then you level that one up and then you make a new character and you re-explore the same content over and over. But rather you figure out like contraptions and weird like builds that you can do and stuff that just look cool or work really well and accomplish like something specific. But I can't exactly make a quest for that, you know? I can't make a quest and say like, oh, you need to build this exact thing, this like a contraption that does that, and be able to track that as a quest resolution. I can make something where say like, oh, okay, make a contraption that allows you to make chocolate, and then say you need X amount of chocolate produced, and then boom, okay, there's an objective. But the issue is still, what do you give as a reward? So yeah, if there's any like suggestions on what I could do to make it more interesting, or something you would be curious to see, then let me know. Exactly, more chocolate, but why? Why would you want more chocolate if you've already made like something that allows you to make a ton of chocolate? Other than like the quest, the quest being obtained would just be like a, not a badge of honor, but you know, an accomplishment. It's something you've managed to do, which a lot of mod packs is all about, you know, just, oh, here's a challenge, try and do this. But then a lot of the mods are also, mod packs is like, oh, you know, make a, where is it? Make like a 9x compressed piece of cobblestone or something stupid. Friends, yeah. I mean, you have you're part of the community. You've got that, and I mean, Peak and I, we were playing on there pretty regularly. So it's just like not many else were like playing as much as we were. But I mean, Peak and I, we're pretty avid Minecraft players, and you know, Peak and I, we both enjoy making large builds as well, or at least fancy ones, or just figuring out some complex redstone contraptions or whatever it may be, which is kind of like the small goal challenges that we set for ourselves. But other than that, it's like, you know, yeah, I don't have any rewards on any of these yet. So this is kinda what, or the reason why I don't think that mine colonies should be in here. Because all these is like a mod that allows you to extend the villager system that already exists in Minecraft. And it essentially just opens up more trade options. So all of a sudden there's a villager that allows you to sell stone and wood and saplings and stuff like that. Things that you don't really have in the vanilla game. And there's also like one for instance, the end and nether related things. And when you have all these additional villager options to build your own village with, you don't really need mine colonies to be honest. And besides, you know, mine colonies is all about automation and it's in through villagers in its own right. But the only automation mod primarily that you'll be using here is Create. Now, granted, as I say that, you do have Botania now, because we've added magic to this version, which is in its own right a magic automation mod that doesn't use pipes and all that stuff. It's all through magic. But it's like not easy to work with, and I'm mainly curious to see how well it will work together with the Create mod, because I have a feeling that a lot of these magic mods might work pretty well together with it and just allow you to do some like complex cool gadgets and stuff on the side. Tried finding some mod packs that add some purpose, but almost no mods add any like real quests other than the basic game stuff. Oh yeah, I fucking hate it. Project E is trash. It's basically like, I want to be able to play creative mode, but I want to be able to earn it. That's how I view Project E. So something like all the mods do, for instance, and other similar large popular mod packs, is that the end goal objectives is like, oh, if you do this objective, you get a creative fluid tank, or you know, something from the like a creative item, basically, because the idea is that, oh, you've made this ultimate crafting recipe that includes like a billion different items from all the mods in this kitchen sink mod pack, and now you get to have the creative infinite source of this thing that you needed to produce in large quantities, which is now pointless because you don't really need it any at this point. So yeah, but no, Project E and Mystical Agriculture are pretty much blacklisted mods because they both aim towards, and they're similar mods like those two, but they both aim towards you know, infinite resources ex nihilo, and I don't really like that. Creative toilet. Right, because was there a toilet? Or you're just like messing with me? But yeah, it's like I don't really like that creative items should be the end goal of a mod pack, because it just means that you're only playing it for the sake of the content and not the things that you can do with the content. Do you know what I mean? But Mystical Agriculture is a similar thing. It's like exceedingly easy to just get infinite anything with this. Just as bad as Project E, where it's like you make one iron plant and then, or iron essence plant, and now you have infinite iron ingots. And it takes like not very much time to get started, and it's just a grind to get more essence flowers growing so faster and faster, so that you can speed up the production of these seeds to ridiculous amounts. And once you've done the grind for the essence flowers, which is just like, you know, a very simple loop that you just wait to get done with, then you just have infinite access to everything, and you never need to mine a single ore ever again. Especially on a server, because usually you'll be able to chunk load that one chunk where all these individual plants are in, and when you come on the next day, you literally have like thousands of ingots worth of everything. So I don't really like to use, it's a cool mod, and I've used it in kitchen sink mod packs before, but every time I do that, once it's up and running, I just like lose interest in the mod pack, because oh right, now I don't need, like, I've got the materials needed to make and repair literally any kind of tool that I could imagine. Like I can make the strongest whatever tool, weapon, armor in the game, but I don't need good tools because I don't need to do any mining. I don't need to do any exploration. Treasure is useless because the rewards in the treasure chest doesn't really there's no way that you can make those interesting anymore because it's just, I can just plant another flower, you know? So that doesn't really work as a good way either. One thing you like doing is just collect stuff for bills, but because you're bad at building and you don't feel like learning it, you can't farm for anything really. I mean, there's not really much I can do about to help you there. It just sounds like maybe Minecraft at its core, like its core principles are not for you then, which is, you know, fine. Then just play mod packs for the content and then move from content to content. I mean, mods like Fire and Ice are not included here either because, well, one, dragons are really, really destructive if you just implement them as is, but it's also like a mod that aims towards RPG elements and like completion, you know, finite completion rather than creative builds or contraptions or whatever you want to call it. So like as an example here, what could we think of? You know, I mean, there's a quest that literally just tells you, oh, teleport elevator blocks or a thing. I actually need a description for that. Or, oh, okay, to help you on your adventures, you can make a backpack. And if you make one, I'll give you some XP for obtaining those tools, you know. You can make upgradable chests. You can make storage drawers, how they work, what you can use to configure them with. Modular kitchens to help you make food a little bit more conveniently and store it. A bunch of small things like sleeping bags so you don't set your spawn point whenever you want to sleep. There's some construction things down here like builders wants, which allow you to place a ton of blocks very easily. And some structures that will help you to like, or allow you to build some cool block types and stuff. But it's mostly just like an awareness thing where I'm telling you that they exist. Because this is a little bit more approachable than 126 pages worth of stuff, right? Here you have like a sense of direction and I'm like boiling it down to the essence. For instance, if you make a chisel, which if we go in here, I think it's called, is it called Regisled? Yeah. So it's like this entire mod, right? It takes up 5 pages in just enough items, but all you need to know is this thing, this one item. That's it. That's how you use it. Because once you have a chisel, you basically drag the blocks into the UI and it allows you to make all these block variants, and that's literally the mod. So beating Arl Craft is trash. I fucking hate Arl. Okay, I like Arl Craft for what it is, but it's also really fucking trash, honestly. I've played it and my experience basically dictated that there's okay. So there's a billion weapons in RL Craft, but 90% of them are useless clutter that just have no purpose. You have so many weapon options, but because of the way that other parts of the mod pack works, you don't want to use them. And here's a couple reasons why. So you have the localized hit points, which means if you get shot in the head by a skeleton archer, you're dead. Okay? So that means that, at least when I was playing it, if you wanted to take out a battle tower, which were very like common ways to gain loot, by the way, you had to fight through floors of just 2 mob spawners each that would spam out skeleton archers, which would spawn faster and faster if you didn't take out the mob spawner. And if one of them hit you in the face, you died, basically. even like later on you could take like maybe 2 free hits or something and you would die, and they always aim for your head. That's their default behavior. What's bad here is that in order to take out battle towers, or generally just speaking these mob spawners in a more convenient way, you need AoE weapons. You need a weapon that can deal a large amount of damage in a huge area. You don't need it to like do a lot of hits, because the idea is you take out the initial mobs that are around it in 1 hit or 2, and then you destroy the mob spawner before it goes crazy. Because again, if they run out of spawns, they destroy themselves. But, you know, if they spawn for too long, they get so much out of hand that you basically just get forced to take out all the enemies. And that means that there's like 10% of weapons that are actually available that are useful, because they allow you to do this AoE damage. I remember, I think it was like a large axe or something, which was like the best weapon that was won for the battle towers. And then in other parts of the game, there are like, or mod pack, there are these enemies that just have ridiculously large health pools, and the only way you can feasibly take them out is by using like, I think like literally one weapon, which doesn't deal damage in the normal sense, but is based off of how many hit points they have. So it deals a percentage of their max HP as damage. So when they have literally 1,000 hit points, you know, here's a sword that does 6 damage, here's another sword that works slightly different that does 6 damage, here's a 4th, 10th sword, they all do about the same damage. Oh, here's this other like special weapon that does like, you know, 250 damage, because that's how it works. Then it becomes pretty obvious that, oh, all the other weapons are fucking useless, and the only thing you care about are these very niche weapons now. So why have an entire mod in there that add useless weapons? It's basically like too much clutter in there, is my experience. And to make it even worse, that also means that all the loot you'll be finding is worthless too, because you can make this broadhead axe or whatever out of a few ingots and a stick, and that's the best weapon you can find, for instance. And you just don't find any valuable loot. There's so much loot that's just, oh, here's a bunch of random weapons that you'll end up never using. So that's at least been my experience. And like even getting to the top of the tower and taking out the golem, which is pretty difficult. Once he dies, the entire tower collapses, and you'd have to loot all the chests of this worthless junk, which is just time consuming. The main thing that was valuable through battle towers was the mob spawners themselves, I think, because they would allow you to increase your maximum hit points through the system that RLCraft uses. But I mean, that was literally all RLCraft was to me, increasing your hit points. That's literally it, what it boils down to. And when it comes down to that, and all the dungeons loot being worthless, then why do the dungeons to begin with, other than for the sake of doing the dungeons for the experience, I guess? But then also the frustration that comes with trying to do these pointless dungeons. Because RCraft isn't really about building either. Like, you can, but it's like maybe 25% of the mod pack contains things for builds or something, if that even does it. It's all about dungeon crawling, and yes, the localized hit points and the mob spawner changes are central to this, and of course how you gain more hit points, but it's just a lot of the same stuff, you know. It doesn't get much harder once you've beaten one dungeon. The next one's going to be just as hard as the first one, so there's no like it's like that. It's like Rise to Ruins. You start up here difficulty curve wise, and then it goes down as you play. It doesn't start down here and then ramp up. It's not like the further out you go, the more advanced dungeons you encounter, the more stronger the enemies become. So that's not really a thing. Sure, there are like enemy variants you can go and hunt for, like the dragons could be the end goal to try and beat them, but I mean, if the only feasible way to beat them is using this gimmicky weapon that does damage based off of hit point percentages, then the loot from the dragons becomes pointless too. There's like so many things about Arcraft that just doesn't work well. If you go into like beyond mid game, basically it just falls apart for me. But yeah, that's my stance on Arcraft. It's a cool concept, but I haven't played new versions because I was not really like, I lost interest after playing the first iteration of it. So I have no idea if it might have changed. I don't know. Let me know. But yeah. Rant over. So that's why when I made the Create-tastic mod pack, I wanted a clear like sense of direction for everything. I don't want it to be a kitchen sink mod pack as much as others, where it's like, oh, here's this mod that does this thing, and here's this other thing that also does this thing, and here's this third mod that does the same too. And you just choose whichever one you want to use. Which is fine for people that can't make up their mind, but it doesn't really give you a great sense of direction on which way to go. And many people will probably get lost and be like, oh, okay, you just do whatever here, right? This is more about, okay, it's centered around the Create mod, and then everything on the side of like Create is only added as an attempt at increasing the things that you might want to accomplish with Create. So for instance, we're adding magic now as like a little bit of an experiment, because magic mods add a lot of content to Minecraft, like a lot of utilities, like magical items and all this stuff, and in some cases don't really require automation all that much. It's more like a grind towards getting the materials and such. But maybe with Create there are some alternate ways that you can make some of the otherwise traditional magic related setups in a different and more interesting way, if that makes any sense. Because originally it was supposed to be a vanilla plus mod pack centered around Create, meaning that Create would allow you to make all the contraptions that you would find from like literally every other tech mod out there, but you had to make those contraptions yourself instead of relying on a black box where you put resources in one way and then it comes out as a result the other way. Now you have to build an actual factory around whatever it is you want to do, and it's a bit more in the same mindset as how Minecraft Redstone works, right? Where Redstone is also very primitive in its overall functionality, but all the smaller pieces together can allow you to do some really, really complex stuff. And both me and Pig really like that idea about Create, because it allows for creative expression much more than any of the other tech mods, right? You've probably experienced this. If you've ever played a tech mod, one of the first things you might look up is like, when you want to do like more advanced stuff, okay, how to build a reactor, for instance, for making power. And then you watch a YouTube video on someone building a reactor, and then you build that exact same reactor maybe. You might build it slightly bigger, smaller, different shape or whatever, but the ground elements are all the same. It's like a giant square, cubed area with a bunch of blocks that together make a multi-block structure, and you get like an output of power on the other end by putting some kind of fuel in at the input side. And that's literally it. Then you just have power, and you can use it to power like machines that also take an input and then have an output. But you don't really have like some of the things that are cool about Create, where it's like, oh, okay, if you want to make a crushing machine with Create, you know, you need to have your crushing wheels, you need to hook them up with cog wheels to power it, you need to have conveyor belts go around, and they're also dependent on moving cogwheels, and transferring kinetic energy from cogwheel to cogwheel will also require you to think about the rotation direction that they're going in. And in some cases, you know, you'd have to use some of the other tools to reverse the direction or start and stop the machine as well. You can do to sort of make it a bit more optimized. There's just so many things. I mean, literally one of the things that we made on the old server was just a fully working elevator with 2 floors. And Amopika, he spent like several, you know, sessions improving on the elevator design. By the end, we had an elevator with like an access hatch to the top of the elevator. You could sit down in it. It would play a ding sound when it landed at each floor, and we even had like doors that would open and close whenever the elevator was moving, so that you couldn't fall down into the elevator shaft if it was down at the bottom, you know, at the top. So yeah, cool mod you saw some time ago that added a ton of automation, and it added the damn toxic gases that came from coal. Hold on. No. What was it called again? This is probably not it. But let me just see, because there's a pollution related mod from Minecraft. And it's because I cannot spell to pollution. This thing. I was kind of intrigued by it, though probably not going to use it, because pollution sounds like a really bad thing for servers. Might be okay for single player, but I have a feeling that servers are going to basically be put on fire if you use this. But yeah, it's something along the lines that you have to like clean environments and such, and the grass color and stuff like that will change based on pollution. But you can look that up yourself if you want to. The issue is, of course, like, does it work with Create? That's always going to be like the main thing about this mod pack. Like, does it work with Create? If not, and it directly like implements things that Create can accomplish, then it's on the border of should it even be in there. I mean, Botania does a lot of automation in its own right through magic, and I don't know. Again, we'd have to try it out and see like how how much of it is accomplishable through both things, because you can make an automated tree farm through Create as well. But it's like Botania is like one of those mods that you sit down and you do it for the long haul, because it takes a long time to get into Botania, especially if you don't know what you're doing. So making automated tree farms is pretty far away. For Create, on the other hand, it's very easy to get started with making an automated farm, because you don't really need that many resources. You need like a what is it that you need? You need a card assembler so that you can make your contraption that drives around. I think you'll need a mechanical saw, and then you just need a bunch of minecart. You literally just build a minecart, and then you build a track for it to go around your wood farm. And then whenever it bumps into a tree with the mechanical saw, I believe it might, no, it actually might not be the mechanical saw, it might be one of the others, but I'm pretty sure you can make a tree farm with it. But then it'll harvest those blocks as it passes through. And then when it returns, you just need to make like an extraction system for getting the resources out. And then you have a tree farm. So there's literally no fuel involved in this case. There's no power involved either. It just like uses standard Minecraft logic of, oh, redstone powered rails, and we're off. That's pretty much it. You can also use what's it called? Because we have that more minecarts mod. You can also use that. get the right one, with a campfire cart that'll allow it to continuously drive around and loop, and then hook them together with mob spring. I think it's the mob spring. Can be used to like hook mine carts together. I believe you can also do it with Create, now that I think about it. Don't they also have a... yeah, they also have a Minecraft coupling here. So yeah. I have seen that you can do a tree farm with Botania too, though. Anyways, we should probably get this expanded villages description finished. Let's see. Villager jobs have been greatly expanded, allowing you to make even more not really advanced, more allowing you to giving you access to even more useful trading opportunities, maybe, or just trades. Actually, let's call it, say, villager jobs. Professions, jobs, man, doesn't really matter. And then we just need a description for each and every one of these. And I do have one of each of these here, so I think the easiest way to make sure I get this right is to just spawn some villagers and have them sort of take on these roles. And I did switch the game to peaceful mode, so just plop these down wherever. Oh, maybe I shouldn't do it this way. Hold on, you guys. Let's add just a little bit of space between you, because otherwise I'm fearing that I might lose track of what you're actually where you're actually working, because they'll like go to the workstation and wander around possibly. That guy's just like freaking running off. Okay, so you are an enderologist. Whoop. Okay, so let's make one for each of you. Let's just start from the left. Okay, so a miner, I think that's what he's called anyway. See here, mining bench. Yeah, he's just a miner. A miner can buy and sell stone ore, I think. Yeah, how to write this? Miner can buy and sell mineral, or just a miner has mineral related trades, or mining related. I mean, it's like, do I actually need to expand this? I could also write something like a miner is useful for getting rid of your excess stone or buying that which might be harder to acquire, because I mean you can literally sell deep slate for emeralds. Useful for turning, or converting maybe, your excess stone and other minerals into emeralds, of course, emeralds, as well as other minerals. Then we add that to the description here. There we go. And I also need to change this actually. Delete. So I want this to be an observation. And let's open up it free. So this is a here. So more villagers colon mining underscore bench. And I misspelled that, I just noticed that. Bench. And then we want that icon to be a mining bench. But now it's an observation. And let me just try and make something a bit more concise here, because so I've used the word encounter up here, so I'll probably just use the same. Trying to think here. Alright. Might also have to change this quest up here now that I think about it. We can do that later though. So, encounter, so we need to change the name of this. Encounter mining bench. I did the same thing again. Benchen. Yes. And the reason why I want to do it like that is basically an encounter is when you're looking at a block, okay? Let's complete that. Whereas before, these are having it in your inventory. And the reason why I want to do it like this is so that if you've already started building a village, but you would like to cross out these objectives, you don't have to go through your village, pick up the workstations to put them into your inventory just to complete the quest and then put them back down again. So that's why we do an observation. Okay, so the next one is shoot. I think this is just a hunting. Was it a hunting? It was a hunting table. Good. So it's the same order that they're placed in the world. That should make it a little bit easier. Observe. More villagers colon, and then hunting post underscore post. Let's find the icon at that. We're good to go. Oh, almost. Encounter hunting post. Want to do it in there, otherwise you change the name of the quest, but not the actual quest task itself. It's a little bit finicky to work with this, but it at least does some things in, like it automatically, so to speak. So for instance, if I add the observation task, right, you'll notice that the icon for the actual quest itself will also change to that same icon. I can set them to be separate though. So if I set the outer layer quest itself to a separate icon, it, you know, I can still have a different one in the objective itself. So you can like override them. But otherwise, if I change the observation in its own right, as you've probably been able to see, it does change the outer layer automatically too. It's like a inheritance. Gardening table. Yes. So, encounter gardening table with the gardening table icon. There we go. Another one bites the dust. Do still need to make the descriptions, but I think we'll do that later. Yeah, blueprints tables allows you to get engineers. We found out that these are really handy. They can basically sell you all kinds of redstone contraptions, but also allows you to convert your redstone dust to emeralds. Something that was very common, at least before 1.18, I don't know what it is now, is to just build a massive collection of redstone dust. So, with very little to use it on if you're not interested in making redstone contraptions anyway. Observation icon, blueprint table, and those bastards are pushing me around like a motherfucker. Could also do F3 and H. Now I can. I actually wonder, does it show in here as well? Okay, it does. But it's not like super helpful. This way I can at least see it through like in the background. I think I've got the general syntax here, but you have to check literally every block, because even if a mod offerer seems to have like a structure to how they're naming things, like a naming convention, there are occasions where that convention is broken when a sudden addition to their mod pack happens later down the line and they decide to change their mind or are less consistent because it happened at some later point. Counter blueprint table. Purpur altar. Purpur. Pupa. Pupa. Such a weird word.
Submit!
Axolotl Austin. Axolotl Austin. Thanks for that. Welcome to. Hope you're doing okay on this fine day. Shoot. Let's try and guess this one. Poor altar. Is my guess. Because it's over here. Yeah. So what did I say? So this is no longer called, this is not a table, this is an altar. Got it. Encounter. Poor. Altar. Seems fine. Decayed workbench. It's next. That's like the nether version of it. Able to do the right place. I want it to be an observation. Decayed underscore workbench. Let's find the icon. Encounter decayed workbench. Workbench? No. Workbench. Two more to go. Yes, this is definitely one of those cases where it's very inconsistent. So its internal name is woodworking underscore table. But in-game, like the actual name that you see as a player is a forestry bench. So that's like encounter forestry bench is the title of the quest. But it's looking for something completely else. Then we just have the oceanography. Oh my god. This is such a hard word. Oceanography. That's why it's so hard. Oceanography. Damn. Observation. Oceanography. Table. Underscore table. And you there as well. Encounter oceanography table. Table. Okay. So far so good. I don't know if it's just like, I think it's a some weird illusional effect here, because these quest markers are evenly distributed in like a fan kind of shape, but for some reason when I'm looking at it, it just it feels like the left hand side is further down sometimes than the other and vice versa. It's probably got some kind of thing to do with the lines going all the way out to them, and your brain just messes up when you're looking in one corner or whatever. But we have the minor text so far. So let's write the other ones. Actually, I'll do that on the other monitor just because it's a bit easier. So a hunter is useful for, and what is he useful for? I have to remember now, because we used this in the first iteration of the mod pack, or at least I messed around with it, and I think the hunter was pretty useful because he had some pretty useful trades. Yeah, you can like get slime balls out of him, which might be a bit hard to find in a massive mod pack. I'm trying to think, how did you do that again? Because I'm pretty sure there was a... So there's the villager, just enough resources shows villager trades. But... Ah, so if I show uses for the table... Okay, it doesn't quite do what I want it to. Just enough resources. Okay, let's just look this mod up to see if there's something here. Curse Forge. Just enough resources. Because there might be like a shortcut key I'm unaware of. And I could add that to the just enough items thing. Oh yeah, this is also the mod that allows you... shoot. That also shows you ore distribution, which is really, really handy, especially if playing 1.18 for the first time. Let me just give you an example of what I mean. So if you press left click or like the craft for iron ore, you have this world gen tab, and you can see the percentage chance of it generating at a certain Y level. And the further to the right you go, the higher up in elevation you go. Which is like, oh, this is like on a mountain peak, right? At Y level 235. So, very common iron ore up there. But, you know, it's very uncommon to find something that high, depending on your world seed. Similar, though, you can find it how deep down you need to go. And since a lot of people are like unsure on where to find diamonds these days, iron diamond ore, you can use it for the same thing. And just as most people have, you know, said on the internet, the further towards absolute minus, I guess now you say, you go, the higher the probability of finding it you have. But I mean, I would still sort of go a little bit higher up. What command is that? IP? What does that do, Gisli? Does that do anything specific? I'm asking because I'm not too well versed in how DLive does things. Go away. My channel. It does things. Oh, this is not on a server. I don't actually know. Let me just try something. Nah, that would have to be on used on Twitch. Unfortunately, my Streamlabs commands don't work on DLive. And the restream bot doesn't really relay that message either. Curious. This is not on a server at the moment, though. I'm working on it, however. For now, I can just repost that over there. That's something I have to work on, I guess. But currently, I am working on setting up the modpack's quests and formatting all the text and all that stuff for this. So it's a work in progress. It is a community server, but due to the circumstances, I unfortunately have to what's the word for it? Not really. I guess restrict access to it because it's technically not my server, and I don't want to like make my friend angry because I'm inviting like hundreds of people to his personally hosted server when that time comes. But the plan is to have it run as a community server. Currently on the community server, it is running an older version of the first version of this mod pack, but it's not for Minecraft 1.18. So I hope that gives you the information that you would want. That reminds me, I have to figure out how to do that too. Because the watch time command is also only like a Twitch feature, unfortunately. There's not much I can do about that, sadly. But since this is the first time I see you right in there, then I assume that you're pretty new here. Hunter, that is where we came from. I was trying to figure out what the hunter was good for. Not a lot of information here. It doesn't even mention the villagers? Really? Excuse me? Yes, if I press U on bones, it'll show me the villager traits with the hunter, because bones is one of the things that they'll buy in return for emeralds at level 3. But what if I want to know? I want to know what you selling me. Can I press U on a villager's spawn egg then? There's professions, but this just tells me how to get the different professions, not really like... There's also a silent gear villager, actually. I haven't tried that one. I wonder what it does. Maybe we should try and make one of those. Fuck. What was it called again? Damn it. I already forgot. Should be easy to find. Was the last one. Gear smoothing table. Okay, there's already someone on the way. What do you do? Flax flowers. Oh, okay. And then you can buy blueprint paper. Is there like a way to... Restart trades, dispel villagers from professional abuse, dark witchcraft and stuff. Okay. Yeah, I knew that villager tools allowed you to do a lot more, gave you like access to some cool artifact gadgets and stuff. But it's not exactly like you can restock their trades too, which can be useful. Oh wow. Oh, that is insanely useful. Holy shit. Put like a fucking emerald through a stone cutter and you can make these shards and use them to restock. And then you can use that to make other things, but okay. Is there a command to max level villagers or something? Don't even know what to look for. Let's try... Yeah, these are the only items that have villager in their description. Oh, hey, Cellfire, how you doing? Welcome to... this is the one that I was looking for. Grimoire of the Lost Merchants Guild. I was pretty sure that was one. Ended up getting the oxygen not including DLC. Alright. How did that turn out? Is it good? So now you're not sleeping. Oh. Oh no. Be careful, you might end up like Toto. Education complete. It's fairly good. I mean, otherwise you would be sleeping, right? And have requested a refund. Nah, I don't know. What, Toto, you feel like you can relate? Changes the game a fair bit. Okay, does it make it easier, more challenging, or just, like, generally speaking, more interesting? Because one thing that the base game sort of felt like is that whenever they added a new update to the game, it to me seemed like some things became a little bit easier to do because there was more there were more roads towards Rome, or whatever, however you want to put that. New things you have to do to stay alive. Okay, so it makes it more challenging then, I suppose. Well, I guess that's kind of what you would want. What the hell? I was wondering why the game was like freezing up for a second there. You can't just have one base and must collect stuff and make bases on other rocks, like no oil on your current rock. Oh, so that's what. Oh, okay, so it's like. Wait, so so that means that unless you can actually survive on one chunk of rock, you shouldn't even be getting the DLC? Is that what I understand it as? Like if so, basically the DLC is not for me. Then it sounds like, because I haven't even survived on one chunk of rock. I don't even want to think about others. Yeah, but it's like, can you still survive on the starting chunk of rock though? If you say they've moved resources around, it'll be much harder to do so. And if I can't even do it with all the resources available, then it tells me that it's much, much harder and might not be something for me. Yeah, but I mean, like in relation to like how well I've been doing, because I have a feeling you've probably played it more than me. Since my understanding is you've also gotten much further than me. Why would you buy this? Now, okay, florist, fucking get back. Yeah, exactly. I have like 57 hours. So, exactly my point. So you actually don't just have hundreds, you have thousands of hours in the game. Okay, I think they're all back to where they should be. Miner, obviously. Yeah, it's minerals, ores. Oh yeah, and there's also the mineshaft exploration map. Don't know if I would ever do these trades. These seem like a pretty bad deal. I can sell torches for an emerald. Wow. So now that I have a little bit of a better idea on what they are selling, let's try and add that here. Probably makes things easier for you by removing things. That doesn't quite sound right. Sounds a little bit counterintuitive if you ask me. Oh yeah, you can also buy blaze rods from the hunter. That's true. Oh yeah, gas tiers. That was the gas tiers. That was the main thing that I needed to buy back then, because finding gas in the Nether has become increasingly difficult with mods. So being able to buy them from this guy is very, very nice. Wow, hey Peanut. It's been a while. Hope you're doing well. At the need of this, they now have new gas mask things, so you can explore bad areas way sooner without the need of the suits. Okay. Yeah, that's like one of the things that I realized. Oh, okay. From this point on as well, in order to explore further out, it's almost like you needed the suits, otherwise your pawns would just die. You're doing well. It's good to hear. It's good to hear. Good to hear. We're configuring modpack stuff today. Okay. Don't get distracted too much. So I'm like writing down some descriptions for some quests for the second iteration of the Minecraft modpack. And I've been working on like a tutorial thing and just wanted to like share the progress so far today. Currently we're adding descriptions to these extended villager workstations. So a hunter is, what do we write? What do we write? A hunter is useful for exchanging, well, monster parts, I guess, mob pots, and can be a useful way to get rare mob resource drops. Also get an outpost explorer map. Can also, they also sell outpost explorer maps. I think they basically show you the way to an illager outpost. So now I've made the text, we can just copy paste that in. And then we're on to gardening. So gardening. Honeycomb, okay. Vines. Flower pots. Oh, okay, you can also get drip leaf plants. That's a florist. A florist. Will exchange plant related items and blocks. They also sell swamp explorer maps. Starting to have an idea here. Oh, you can't actually all right. Okay, let me get some emeralds, because I have an idea. All right, no, that won't be, crap. Nah, that won't be useful whatsoever. I was like thinking, oh, maybe we can reward people with an explorer map, but that's not a valid item because they're generated dynamically. So if you got an explorer map, like where would it show you to go to? Ah, okay. Shoot. It's not you. This is the guy. The engineer. Yeah. An engineer will trade redstone related blocks and yeah, just redstone related items and blocks. It's pretty good trade, this, because you can get comparators and other things that are really annoying to make in large quantities. So if you need like a ton of redstone repeaters and you have a really good source of emeralds, yeah, definitely a good way to get it. You can also, of course, get rid of excess redstone, which will not only give you emeralds, but also XP in on the side. That should be all of those. So now there is this enderologist. An enderologist. Can give you will trade unless packs something makes it easier. Huh? I think you were a little bit fast on that. Oh wow. Huh? Unless pack somehow makes it easier. Oh, redstone is hard to get you find. Ah, okay. I've always redstone is like one of those things that in vanilla Minecraft and whatsoever I always end up having a ton of. I don't know what it's like in 1.18 though, because they changed everything. But usually it's like one of those resources that I don't know what to do with. So being able to sell it in large quantities is actually kind of nice. Ah, okay. Yeah, then you have a better idea. I think generally speaking 1.18 it's much harder to find specific ores. Because I've been playing on this particular world for like 2 days just to get an idea of everything and make sure that the mod pack itself was stable enough. And I'm just talking about just mining it even, and I'm like, strip mining is definitely changed now. The density of ores just feels very, very sparse compared to what it was before. All the ore deposits just seem to be like way further apart for some reason. Like there's less of them, and they're like, you know, distributed across vertically even more so now. So basically, oh, you mine specifically to get iron, and you won't find any diamonds or coal, basically, almost. And once you mine for diamonds, you basically get no iron and literally no coal. And if you mine for coal, you get no diamonds and iron either, but you get like tons of copper everywhere between like coal and iron, it feels like. Found one of them big iron veins. Yeah, that's also a thing now, if depending on mods and stuff, right? So 1k or more from it. We'll trade in hard to acquire end based items such as shulker. I want to be a bit more specific here. Shulker, shells, and phantom membrane, because phantom membrane has many more uses in modded than just repairing your elytra. Okay, just in base game. Yeah, okay. There's also a mod that extends it. I wasn't sure if it was in the base game, so I was a little bit yeah. I think I did read that, so that's why I was a bit unsure. But that's cool. In this mod pack, do I actually have it here? You can get these mineral, metal, and gem finders. And they're very easy to use. Because it's just a compass. I'm not exactly sure the extended features of these, because they have like some extra ones. Oh yeah, I could also equip them as a hat for some reason. If I go out of creative, like whenever you left click something with it, it loses durability, and I have no idea why. Until it eventually like shatters. And the mod page doesn't explain this feature, so I have literally no idea what it does. Figure you'd just try base game, given how much crazy stuff others have made without mods. So the way this works, this compass, is that the different compasses have like different ranges that they'll look for blocks in, which is configurable on a mod pack basis. So I've bumped them up a little bit because I felt that the default was a bit too short. But yeah, they'll just point you in the direction of the most nearby applicable ore, and they're color coded. So black, for instance, on the mineral finder is going to be coal. And if I go down into this test mine shaft, I won't be finding many gems, but we'd switch to the metal finder here. Should tell me that there's like something in behind here, I guess. Oh, there. I think it's this iron. Yeah. And it'll show you an arrow if it's like, if there's like a gem above you or below you. The gem finder has like a less smaller scan radius than the others though. And I went in and I added a lot of minerals that just wasn't in the base game. Sorry, in the base mod too. So basically you can use these to find literally any ore, mineral, or I guess gem that you might be trying to find. And they're also synced on a server side, so if you're playing with someone and they hold up a compass near you, you can actually look on their player model, on their compass, what what their compass is showing too, and make use of that if you wanted to. I haven't messed around with it too much. I assume that also means you can put it in an item frame and it'll still work, but I digress. I have like a test area up here somewhere that I can try and return to. I think it's, yeah, it's around here. And I can show you, but first I do want to wrap up these workstations before I do. There's only 3 more to go. So, decayed workbench. That would be the netherologist. This guy, I think, yes. Basically like this, a similar thing as the enderologist, but for nether related items. Not as useful, but given biomes are plenty and biomes you'll go, there is like this basalt delta thing or whatever that we at least experienced was fucking massive. So being able to sell any basalt or blackstone or whatever in return for emeralds is actually very profitable. So make of that what you will. And I think the description should just be a netherologist will trade in nether, exchange nether related items and blocks. Oddly enough, I'm pretty sure this guy doesn't let's just double check. Ghast tier. I don't think he like he doesn't produce gas, like he doesn't sell gas tiers because the hunter does. And the hunter doesn't discriminate between biomes or dimensions, I guess. Personally, I think the gas tiers are more fitting for the netherologist, but at the same time, I guess the mod offer wanted to make sure that the hunter was actually useful. And gas tiers amongst slime balls are probably some of the most useful items here. Spider eyes can also be very, very useful. As the fermented spider eye, or I think it was a fermented spider eye, wasn't it? Yeah, fermented spider eye, because those are used for potion crafting if you want to like cure zombieism on a zombieism? Yeah, if you want to cure a villager zombie, you need that. Okay. So, very simple description, but it is a description nonetheless. So the forester is also very handy. It's very similar to the miner. Forester is useful for converting your excess saplings and buying additional logs. As far as I know, you can't sell logs to these forester dudes, but you can sell the excess saplings that you have, which, other than turning them into bone meal, doesn't really usually have much uses. Like, they tend to stack up in my personal case. But you can also, yeah, they also can also sell you enchanted tools. Never made a wood farm, like, ever. It's like these enchanted tools are kind of like, I mean, efficiency 1. I guess it does mean you get a diamond axe. And the really cool thing is something, it is explained in the quests, but one of the things that you can do is say, I buy this diamond axe. Well, and I want to use silent gear. I can take it up here, and now it is a silent gear axe, which also retains the efficiency enchantment, so when this breaks, it is repairable through the silent gear mod, and you can replace the parts on this. How would I demonstrate that? Can't really do that easily, but you can basically exchange the parts on this while retaining the enchantments. So that's why like these kinds of traits are kind of very useful in this mod pack, because you can just convert the tools. That's what I don't like about Tinker's Construct in comparison, where it's like disconnected from the default vanilla Minecraft tools, where unless you have like a second in-between mod to extract the enchantments and then put them onto Tinker's Construct things, you just regular vanilla tools lose their worth, like all the loot that you find in enchanted axes and traits, as soon as you get like just basic Tinker's Construct tools, in my opinion. At least an automatic one. Ah, okay. And toss it in a grinder and remove the enchants. Then put it back on yeah, but then so the reason that's gonna be a little bit difficult to show, isn't it? There was like a wandering trader here, but I don't think, nah, he doesn't have any. So you want to do it the opposite way around, Cellfire. You want to retain the enchantments on the item, but swap out the tool. That is what you want in this case, because occasionally wandering traders and some other places, like loot chests and such, can give you enchanted items that go beyond the normal limitations of Minecraft. So as an example, Fortune normally doesn't go beyond level 3, but on rare occasion, on occasions, a wandering trader might sell you a diamond pickaxe with a Fortune 4 enchantment on it. But Silent Gear gives you a lot of expanded options on modifying your tool and combining it out of different materials and swapping out parts and upgrading it and such. Which means that if you can't retain those enchantments while swapping out the parts, then Silent Gear and the base game, or whatever mods, they don't really work well together. But because you can convert a vanilla item into an S-Gear variant just by putting it into your crafting area, you can convert it, keep the enchantments that otherwise is unobtainable, by the way, which means that finding loot in dungeons actually is interesting because you could be really lucky. And the same goes true for the wandering trader, all of a sudden having actual traits that matter and can be of use to you amongst, you know, anything else enchanted that you might find. So yeah, efficiency 1 is crap. The difference here, the main point here is not the fact that you get an enchanted axe, though. I think it is that it is literally like I don't invest any diamonds to get this. I can go up to him every day and buy a new diamond axe with efficiency 1 if I wanted to. Which for vanilla is really fucking powerful because you never have to go down mining to make more axes. If you don't have mending yet, right? Just as one example. You could technically also buy multiple axes and then in the smithing table merge them to increase the efficiency enchant. But that is a little bit too much work. Mm. But yeah, it is also like a way to get like a diamond axe, and then as you say, you can disenchant it as well, and then you re-enchant it. That's, you know, it's like you've got all these options on things you can do with all the tools that the game provides you with, and it all works together. And there's not one that's like, you know, superior to the other, because the different approaches that you can take can be strong in their own right. So yeah, once you got that made, all your other stuff seems pointless. Yeah, mending is pretty damn strong, though granted you still need to like obtain experience in order to repair it, which can be a little bit, but Elytra, or Elytra. You can also make a Silent Gear variant Elytra, by the way. And if you get dragon scales, you can make copies of them. I think dragon scales, they're like rewarded for taking out the Ender Dragon, if I remember correctly. Alternatively, something you can also do is that if you find an Elytra, you can turn it into a Silent Gear blueprint, which not only allows you to build more of them, but you can also make it out of other materials, which will affect its stats, such as hit points and durability. Hit points, durability, same, but defenses and stuff. With a skeleton farm. That must have been a pain doing it in vanilla. Oceanographer. It's like one of the main things you can buy here are sponges, which otherwise are finite as far as I know for vanilla Minecraft. I think the Wandering Trader might sell them on rare occasions in vanilla, but other than that, it's kind of like eh. You can also get the Nautilus shells and Heart of the Sea as like the master trades, and even find buy buried treasure maps here. So hard to construct it in the nether with everything trying to kill you. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the game's gotten really childishly easy since the 1.18 update. Even more so than it was before. I feel like the, at this point, ancient difficulty selection for Minecraft no longer cuts it. It needs an upgrade, in my opinion. Because even, like, the difference from playing on, like, what is it, normal to hard, is what they do more damage, but they don't get more hit points. So they are just as easy to kill, they just kill you faster too. But other than that, no other major aspect of the game is really touched upon as far as I know. Didn't use them Hearts of the Sea or the Nautilus shells. Yeah, that's like for conduits, so that the conduits are mainly useful for, in my opinion, to take out these ocean monuments. And the reason why you might want to do that is so that you can get prismarine shots and crystals, which can be used for other things in the mod pack. But you know, some things that just 2 or 3 hit you, really. Which isn't a boss in vanilla Minecraft. When you're wearing a full netherite armor set with protection enchantments and similar, like, seems a little bit The main thing, the only enemy that
Wow,
really...
this is absolutely mint!
What? Oh, that was a D-Light thing. Oh, thanks. Thanks for the lemons. Thank you very much. At least I got the I got the fucking D-Light what's it called again? Alert box running now, but I still need to make it so that I can see it in my my chat overlay. Thanks for that. Very much appreciated. You never wear the chest pot because you have wings on it. Ah, see, that is definitely the Achilles heel in Minecraft vanilla anyway. Definitely. Let me just write this. An oceanographer is, god damn it, is useful for acquiring otherwise finite ocean-based items such as heart of the sea. And I don't remember if nautilus shells are finite or not. Oh, sponges are, I think. Otherwise, hard to acquire items instead. Hard to acquire ocean-based items. Such as Heart of the Sea. And then they will also sell you buried treasure maps. They also sell buried treasure maps. I agree, Elytra are really useful, but for instance, as soon as you swap your Elytra out for a chest piece armor, engaging into combat with shoot, what are they called again? The Guardians in the Ocean Temple. It drastically changes like how hard it is. Because without a body, chest piece, armor, whatever, you basically get 2 to 3 shot it or something like that. But with it on, you take like 1 damage or something if it's enchanted equipment we're talking about. So, and it's again like, I think the damage increase is fine, but I would like to see more changes with difficulty. It doesn't, like, difficulty doesn't change the spawning behavior as far as I know for enemies. It stays the same. So what usually happens in my experience when you play Minecraft is that you start out and there's like enemies all over the place when it's nighttime. But as soon as you just have like a small place with some basic torches placed here and there, they almost like stop existing altogether. And once you have like a large enough compound or area in which you've built in, they just don't spawn whatsoever. And now it's even worse than it used to be, because the mob spawning behavior has changed. So now, because with mods you can use you have access to stuff like light level overlays and such, which is what this is. So now anywhere that has like a cyan or green number on it that isn't complete darkness, aka 0 light level, will prevent mobs from spawning, like when they're considering hostile ones anyway. I read up in an article explaining the designer or program designer or whatever who decided for this change, and they said that one of the main issues that new players have when playing Minecraft is that they don't understand mob spawning mechanics being affected by light. With the issue being that in this instance, for instance, with the old spawning mechanic, a mob would be able to spawn on these 3 tiles because these would be below like level 8 or whatever, which was the old limit, I think, for mob spawning. And even though I know shaders is a little bit harder to tell, but even without shaders, you know, it doesn't seem like a spot a mob would be able to spawn. So what the designers said is that they wanted the spawning behavior to basically be one torch should be able to light up your, at least your, you know, one house. So putting down one torch should be able to light up your entire house, and that is definitely, you know, possible now. Found water temple stupid easy. Well, it's also because you do the water temple not for the dungeon diving, but for the items you can acquire, such as sponge, but also the oh, what are they called again? The crystals, what I call prismarines. And what was it used for again in the mod pack? There was something. I mean, there's more things now, but of course these you can use to make sea lanterns and decorative blocks. That might actually have been the main use I had for it. Oh yeah, because I was like making ocean themed buildings. But no, wait, there was more. Yeah, you can use it to gain quartz width in Create. If you grind down prismarine crystals, you get nether quartz and also a chance of getting glowstone dust, which in its own right you can use nether quartz to make a ton of things, but what we needed it for was, I think, andesite. See here, that's dacite. But you can also make andesite by making diorite using cobblestone and nether quartz, so it's like a chain recipe. And we needed diorite for like my friend Peak, he was building the city Duloc from from the Shrek movies, or the first Shrek movie, I guess. And since the city is made out of white stone and diorite was the most fitting one, seemingly, we needed a ton of it. So it basically was this large rabbit hole of needing to get to an ocean monument temple and then repeatedly kill guardians until I got a guardian spawn egg. Because I don't think I can just get one, can I? Yes, I can. And let me get one of these too. Since Apotheosis modifies the mob spawners so that you can modify them. Well, that sounds weird. But it essentially has like a mob spawner module where applying certain items to a mob spawner will change its behavior. They have changed this UI though. I wonder if that means they've also changed it. Okay. Seems like they might have changed it a little bit. Nah, okay, they're just like visualizing it differently. So you can either like increase activation range and decrease it depending on whether or not you're using prismarine crystals on it while holding another quartz piece in your offhand. You can do other things like modifying spawn delay, and if you use mob spawn eggs, you can also change the creature type that they spawn. But why is that not shown here? Oh shit. Which, you know, can be very helpful if you want a lot of prismarine shards, because that way you can basically make a mob grinder any way you want. Shouldn't be too bad, right? And it should just spawn them, I think. It's probably just really slow. Never had much use for them items. Yeah, I mean, most of the things that you do in Minecraft is for the sake of expanding your palette of building blocks. It's like, there's a reason why Minecraft Dungeons is a thing, right? Dragon egg. Okay, let's do something reckless, just for demonstration purposes. Was it dragon egg? No, it was... Yeah, it's dragon egg. Is that not in this list? Yeah. Can you not spawn an ender dragon egg in here? Hmm? Why is that not showing up in not just enough items nor the creative menu? What? Okay. Why is that a thing? I just want an ender dragon egg just to show off this ridiculous thing. Oh well. No idea. But you can basically modify them so that they don't have any spawning restrictions and it just goes absolutely mental. I did. But there's like 1 billion eggs. Because then it shows all the mob spawning eggs too. And it's still not here, so it just doesn't... I'd have to spawn it in through a command. And I'm not that dedicated to do that. Oh well. I do think that does it for the workstations there. I don't think I want to cover the silent gizmoving table because it doesn't seem awfully useful. Yeah, oh well. Because this guy is mainly just like, oh, you can sell flax flowers and you can buy blueprint paper. Wow. Because getting blue dye is really hard when you can get it from flowers and lapis, so... Now, I did promise that I would showcase these metal finders and such. Just a little bit more. Because I do have my testing area over here, which I use to configure any like missing things that I had. Or whichever like ores and such were not covered. So this seems like pretty crazy because there's so many individual you know, blocks placed next to each other. But from what I read into it, it will only show you like the nearest ore deposit. So for instance, this is one example, right? These are two inert crystal ores. One's a deep slate variant, the other is just a regular one. And whichever one is closest is the one that it gets pointed at because they're internally referenced to as like the same material or item, resource, whatever you want to call it. So that's like one thing. Another is gold, for instance. That's also another example I could pick out. Let's get some things here. So I've just picked up a bunch of different blocks that drop gold related resources. All right, so one, you know, from nether gold, and then there's the deep slate, regular gold, and there's also brimstone nether gold ore and blue nether gold ore from one of the biomods. But it's all counted as, you know, the same resource, so it only gives you one indicator basically. So And then if you go over here, this is the silent gem stuff. So this is just a rainbow palette of different gems. Now, one issue that I've sort of acknowledged here is like out in the field and you're actually using this, telling color apart and being able to tell at a glance that one of those free purple magenta like colors is, you know, this specific ore and so forth. Not super useful, but when you're looking for gems at least, chances are they're more further apart, so the chance of two being near each other is kind of like meh. Because it may think this is all gold though. This is all gold. I mean, yes, that is the one. I do have vanilla ores up here, right? So obviously, you know, oh, okay. Diamonds only spawn at a certain level, right? So I think the way that it is sort of balanced with silent gear is that since turquoise is fairly close in color to diamonds, such as and this kyanite, I don't believe though that they spawn at the same Y level. So when you're looking for diamonds, chances are the only gems that on your compass that will look like diamonds are also going to be diamonds. The same thing for like everything else, right? These blocks only naturally appear in the nether, so it's not an issue that nether quartz as a gem, because that's what it is classified as, appears as like a, what is this even, like a creamy white or something, right? Because when you're looking through the nether, there's not all these other gems of a similar color, like these white diamonds over here, for instance, which has a similar color. I mean, to make one, you need diamonds in the first place. For the gem finder, the other one is iron ingots, and the other one, the metal finder is gold. So they're not super expensive. Mind the range of this is a scan range of 8, so it's more like, oh, you just mined 5 blocks away from, you know, a couple diamonds. So yeah, so it's not like super OP. They also have a ping depth limit, but it is mainly there because you need a lot of resources. Like there's so many things that require diamonds, just as an example, right? When you're having mod packs in here, literally 31 pages worth of this stuff of just crafting recipes. So I found it fine to be able to find them a little bit easier this way. And it's the same thing with metals. You need so much iron, for instance, right? Iron has a ridiculous amount of uses. 94 pages, 94 times free, right? Recipes just for free crafting, and then there's all this other stuff too, right? Because we're not even counting, oh, you need iron sheets, which are used for their own crafting recipes, and etc. Yeah. So there's plenty to use it for. Because I don't want it to be like a mod pack where you feel like you got to spend all day mining resources, so. Freaking chocobo. So yeah, that's just to give you an idea on how it works at least. And as far as I know, these are all the ores, in the game that I am aware of exists. And as I said, everything that wasn't included in the default configs for the the Finder mod or whatever, Advanced Finders I think it's called. I've added, and I also did send the configs to the mod offerer, so whatever they want to do with it, it's up to them, but it's possible that this gets added to the mod as a default thing too, everything that was missing here. Remember playing with a mod called Buildcraft. That is like ancient mods now. It still exists. But the problem with Buildcraft back then was that it was just so performance heavy. Eventually it's been like iterated upon, but these days that are newer mods that do exactly the same pretty much, but you know, don't grind your entire playthrough to a lagging halt. This is one example. Without going into deep. Yeah, I think the only thing left is Create. Like making some kind of tutorial for that. Unfortunately, like preferably I wouldn't have to. I mean, the easiest way to explain how to use Create is just to look up the pondering system. But that is currently a little bit broken, where your game will crash. Putting you, in this case, back to the main menu at least. But it means that the ponder is kind of useless. It is these, I can show you a little bit. But these things here that show you those like interactive videos. But once that playback gets too far, it just crashes the game. So you'll be looking at these, and then every time you look at them and you get too far in, it just crashes the whole thing, unfortunately. Create is like really cool though. You can technically do the Buildcraft stuff of quarries, for instance, if that's what you want. The main difference here is that you kind of have to like make contraptions for it. So it's not just a magic, oh, put down 4 pylons and a core block and then boom, you have a quarry. No. You gotta like make a contraption that gradually extends out like a piston with mining things or whatever you want, if that's how you want to do it. Or like if you want it to be a minecart that lays down rails in front of it, you can do that as well. There's so many things you can do with this. And there's not, you know, one specific way to accomplish these things either, because it's all like sandbox, like design is like a sandbox. They give you the building components, the individual parts, and then you put them together to make like a larger machine, so to speak. And then each part of that machine will have an individual function, whether that be mining blocks with a mechanical drill, putting down rails with a deployer, and you can also use a mechanical plow to pick up rails that are behind your vehicle and then put it into the internal inventory system. Just as like one quick example, I guess. So yeah. Buildcraft and Industrial Craft. Yeah, those are ancient at this point. That's pretty much like where Minecraft modding really started to kick into gear. Could make a quest for mob spawners now that I think about it. Where to put it though? Don't require you to get a stack, just a single one. That should be fine. Yep. And what do we call this? Buying mob spawners? So what do we write? Apotheosis enables you to pick up mob spawners if you mine them with a fortune enchanted pickaxe. By applying various items, comment by right clicking the spawner with the held item, you can change its behavior, and even what it spawns. Note to get mob spawn eggs, and then I need to look up the enchantment because I cannot remember the name. I think it's capturing. Let me just see. Get mob spawn eggs. You can apply the capturing. Is that, I don't remember, is it, that's also an apotheosis thing, right? Or is it a vanilla thing but it's been modded? I think it's apotheosis. I can never remember all these small details, but can apply the capturing enchantment on a weapon which will provide a small chance of getting mob spawn eggs when taking them out. Yeah, I think it's like inferred that it's when you're hunting mobs. Gotta put the right pressure in that sentence. Let's, there we go. Actually, to see all the possible modifications, check the craft recipe. What do we even, how do we even say this? To say left click a spawner in just enough items. Put that in there, another space, and then let's put that note thing on the last line there. And then I was thinking that we could give a capturing enchantment as a reward for picking up a mob spawner. Seems like a pretty useful reward, and just getting it at level 1 is not too OP. I mean, you still have to mine like a mob spawner, which Also, it's not mod. I freaking wrote mod spawners. Mob. Mon. God damn it. There we go. But you do still need a Silk Touch enchanted pickaxe in order to do that. And I wrote fucking fortune. What am I doing? Silk Touch. We got there in the end. Let's see here. Where do I put this? Yeah, I haven't really cleaned up this layout over here. Move you guys to the left, something like this. Looks okay now. Also gives me a little bit more room to put this in here. Other useful info, so that is going to be the dependency for this thing. And I've already, like early on I started decorating these things, like you can insert images and you can rotate them and make the grid look really fancy. But I very quickly realized that I had to wait with that until later because you can't bulk move these things around. So if I want to move all these small details, they're like individual images or whatever you want to call it. And if I wanted to move them around, it is a 1x1 kind of thing. Which is not super optimal if you need to move a lot of stuff around, right? For the other ones, you can hold down left control and then left click multiple ones and move them that way in bulk. But that does not apply to the images, so once all of this is pretty much set and done, I will probably go back through everything and what do you call it? Clean it up a little bit. Yeah. Okay, let me just... Yeah, this, I did address that I need to revisit this one. So you can make these storage chests and barrels that are upgraded versions of like the vanilla ones, and they have larger inventory spaces. Very useful when you have a lot of items in the game. Oh, hey, Hamp. Stood there in the abyss as he peered into the live stream of Dragon King. Into the abyss. How you doing, Hamp? I'm modifying the second iteration of the mod pack. Oh, I'm doing pretty fine. It's been a fairly short day today. I actually went to a meeting early this morning and got some feedback on my business plan and budgets and everything else related to the business course that I'm attending, and he was pretty happy with my progress, and he only had like some small minor comments and suggestions here and there, and there was a lot of like casual talk in between, like, okay, you know, clarifications on how to move forward and all that stuff and what's gonna happen next. So it was a pretty good day. Been here for 5 minutes, alright. so you are aware of what we're up to, I say it. I'll probably finish these and then I'll play a little bit of video games before ending the stream. For like an hour after this, or two maybe, depending. Because that'll also sort of fit in with dinner time for me. But yeah, what do you think so far? I want your unbiased opinion, thank you very much. I need to change these though. Yes. Ah, no, wait. Oh. It's the thing where I'm a bit uncertain. Because right now it's made like optional quests. And then the ultimate quest is to make the obsidian 2 netherite upgrade. But the issue I'm currently like... Oh, I think I have an idea. I haven't touched with this. You can do like a choice reward. Let's figure out how to make choice rewards. That sounds like a excellent use case for these. Reward tables, I guess. Bop, bop, bop. What are they even called? Hold on. Okay, we can probably change the name of this, right? Add an item. Okay. Let's quickly clear out our inventory. Because I'm done with all this stuff for now. One of a kind, it demonstrates a great degree of aesthetic interest. Aha. Okay, connoisseur Ham. Very much appreciated. Let's see if we can't find... Wait, I thought it would be like at the end or something. Okay, so this is storage drawers, unless it doesn't have one, of course. Embellish craft, not what we're looking for. Elevators. Biomes of plenty, forbidden arcanus. Oh yeah, Valhelsia structures is probably also not going to be in the final version of the mod pack. Expanded stars. There we go. This is what I wanted. Because there's all like these upgrades here. So yeah. Oh. Oh, this is gotta be annoying. How do we do this? Ah, okay, I got it, I got it. Don't mind my ramblings here, I'm just thinking out loud. I think I've got a system now. I think I've got a system. Let's get the gold upgrades. These upgrades, and of course there's the last one. Gold to diamond. And like this. Okay, there we go. Organized, and a lot of effort has gone into the quest book's more beautiful and structured parts. There we go. Phrased it better there. Thank you very much. Exquisite. Mwah. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking for these rewards, okay? So obviously there's only one upgrade from wood to iron, as any other upgrades beyond that is from iron to the tier above, okay? So for each tier you go up, there's more upgrades to account for. Alright. And that is the issue that I've been facing for the quest. So, for instance, instead of having a wood... yeah. So this is where it gets like a bit tricky. So the idea is that there's like a progression that gradually can upgrade barrels, right? Or chests, or whatever is applicable in this case. And the challenge right now is that the crafting task here is to make an obsidian to netherite upgrade, okay? And it'll provide you with another obsidian to netherite upgrade. But in order to make use of these, well, upgrades, you need specifically an obsidian barrel. And that means you'd have to gradually upgrade them. But alternatively, you could also make a wood to that upgrade, okay? So you could upgrade straight from wood to netherite as an alternative. So for instance, a wooden chest to iron barrels upgrade requires a piece of planks and iron ingots, whereas for gold, it basically requires the previous upgrade and so forth and so forth. So how do we make this quest make sense? Because most likely when you're making upgrades, you would be making a wood to any upgrade, and even more so, skip the upgrades entirely if you're making them from scratch, right? Because you can also just straight up make an iron barrel, or, you know, just take a wooden barrel and chuck a fucking netherite ingot on it and get a netherite barrel as well. Which, if you do this recipe, obviously you save 8 iron ingots, 8 gold ingots, 2 diamonds, 6 glass, 8 obsidian, including all the wood for all the barrels, right? Or for the barrel. As if you wanted to upgrade a, say, iron barrel to gold, you would first need to make the gold upgrade. Sorry, this gold upgrade which still requires all the ingots, including even more iron, so... netherite barrel requires obsidian barrel. Oh. Never mind. I'm an idiot. I am an idiot. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, I don't know why I just said that. I wasn't looking. I think it's because the bands are black. I was like, blah, 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 blah. Heads talking, not thinking, I guess. It's been a long day. Okay. Well, let's try and rethink then. So, right now it's just set so that, oh, you make a wood to iron upgrade and then you get another wood to iron upgrade. If you make an iron to gold upgrade, you get another iron to gold upgrade. It just has to make sense. And does it? I mean, yeah, actually, it does make fine sense, I think. So if you make a wooden chest or a wooden barrel and you want to keep upgrading it through the quest system, you kind of can do that. And in doing so, if you make the progressive upgrades, you get an additional one as a reward. So that means one you basically have to pay for, but the other upgrade all the way up you can get for free, if you know what I mean. Just to give you a little bit of a boost. And I did also make it so that maybe this is something we could change. So right now you get an iron barrel, like 2 iron barrels, 2 iron chests, and of both make. And the reason why there's 2 is because one is an entity and works like a traditional Minecraft chest. The other one is not. You can make just regular chests though, so maybe I just reward those, and then you would just use a vanilla barrel. And then we also need this storage mutator just to show, so I can showcase what it does. So normally when you put 2 chests next to each other, right, they merge together like this, which is also true for these chests in expanded storage, but they also have another feature for one. So they can be stacked vertically. And I don't quite... Yeah, so you can do that, and then I think it's... Yeah, got it. So like normally you can shift right click to place chests next to each other, which will not connect them. But you can use the storage manipulator to do that after they've been placed, so you don't have to pick them back up and empty them out. Just as a little bit of a convenience thing. I don't know if it does anything else though. As far as I know, that is not a thing. But you can also make these old chests, which work just the same. They just don't have a opening animation and are considered a full block, right? So rather than getting right to the point, it compensates you for your progress down the line, but if it's feasible, could you make it such that if they have an X to netherite upgrade, you still get rewarded, but not for progressing? Not quite sure what you mean. They're not required. This is like the ultimate challenge, I guess, which just gives you extra XP. So these are just optional quests. Actually, this one is too, right? These are supposed to be introductionary quests that introduce you to the various aspects to the mod pack, like the finders that I covered just a moment ago, for instance, are explained here, right? And then each of these quests will tell you what those finders do, and if you make one, you get, for most quests, you just get some experience. I haven't settled on the amount of experience you get, because the default value is just 100, so I've just been keeping it at that. But similar, I have like an entire introduction on how Silent Gear works without, you know, hand-holding all the way to the end on how to get the most OP things, basically. So, I hope that explains it. And then later we can make like another quest set up for like silent gems, for instance, which is about finding every single one of the gems in the game or something like that. But the main purpose is just to like introduce people to the mod pack so they don't get overwhelmed and have a sense of direction, and also a way of learning about the contents of the mod pack through like an interactive process rather than reading on it on like Discord or something stupid like that, because there's so much information here. If you want to know, like read up on them, you can. This also means that you don't have to like look through every single mod to figure out exactly what you can do with them. Things that are a little bit out of that, like the what do you call it? Don't quite fall in line with that. It's like Quark and Cyclic, because they add so many things, but thankfully Quark does have quarkmod.net, which explains it and showcases it much better than I can do in here anyway. But other than that, it's like, you know, all this small stuff that can really help you out. I have not written the description for that one. Like, for instance, if you put a book and a netherite ingot in a smithing table, you can get a fireproof enchantment, which does basically what a netherite gear is capable of. Whichever item is enchanted with this will float in lava and doesn't burn if it gets into contact with fire. Just as an example. So for these, it's more like, okay, if you want to get a quicker start into these expanded storage things, you get like a bit of XP, and you also get an additional storage upgrade basically for doing these tasks. But I mean, you still have to invest resources into this objective in order to get that additional reward. But then I think this is fine, probably. Probably don't have to change that all that much. The only thing then is if we do like these. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I haven't in-depth tested this. But what happens if we take not a chat trap chest? We need a regular one. A oak chest from Quark, which replaces the vanilla chests. And what if we also take a, shall we say, redwood from Compound of Plenty? Nice. Okay, so the iron upgrades work on those too. So it doesn't matter where you are in the world, you know, in the world. It doesn't matter what kind of wood types you have accessible to you. You can make any kind of chest and you can still apply these upgrades. That's what I wanted to know. But you can also make like the mod specific chests if you wanted to. But you know, it's just important to know that it's not required. How about ability and such? Two of those. Two of those. Two of those. I think that is like a little bit better, just giving you the wooden ones. It's not like a massive reward, it's not supposed to. And making the storage mutator is also really easy anyway, so this seems perfectly fine with me. And then of course, you know, you can make this upgrade, which will solve the next quest by just having it in like made, which will give you another one. So that means that since you get two here, you can upgrade those two of your choice that you get, right? Because these upgrades can be applied to barrels as well. They're universal, which is really cool. Back in the day, it sounds like it's 1,000 years ago, before 1.18, you needed two separate mods to accomplish what this one does, and it meant that it had like specific barrel upgrades for the one mod, which was metal barrels, and you needed chest upgrades for the chest specific one, the iron chests. Yeah, iron barrels is the even older one. In the last version it was called metal barrels actually. This one is expanded storage though, and merges all of that into one. So it was really hard to find because, you know, it's not called something with barrel or chest or iron or metal. So for anyone that doesn't know about this, and, you know, because I was missing this particular mod when I started my test playthrough here, right? Because all this inventory space early on is very nice for assorted items until you get access to storage drawers. Since they require a little bit more wood. It might not be the first thing they're focused on either, right? So having that option definitely is nice. Haven't added any descriptions to these either, but I think I'll wait with that for later. Cooking for blockheads is a little bit more in-depth description-wise. And this is like the most thorough part of this, I think. Because if we look at what's actually in cooking for blockheads, literally every single block is is covered here. But that's because it's a multi-block structure, and I basically wanted to try and make a quests chain that helped you build your first cooking for blockheads kitchen or whatever if you never messed around with it. It's really cool. I also need to configure the food book actually. This time we're also running with the ability to increase your hit point pool by eating more foods, but without configuration, it's like really easy to acquire a lot of hearts. So like I've already eaten just 10 different types of food and I've already gained 4 additional hearts, so that definitely needs changing. But I think that is what I want to do for now on this, because I've been at this for like almost 5 hours. Of course, you know, we've also been talking in chat, but I do want to play some video game before for dinner time on stream, so let's clear out some of these things here. And as now per usual, I will need to do a really quick cut in the stream in just a moment. But yeah, it's gonna be a bit of clone here, so if you're interested in sticking around for that, feel free to do so.